You've been chasing happiness the wrong way. They told you it comes from success, from approval, from having everything figured out. But if that were true, why do so many people who seem to have it all still feel empty? Why do you still feel restless, anxious, stuck in your own mind, unable to truly enjoy life? The truth is, happiness isn't something you chase. It's something you create, something you build from the inside out. And Stoic philosophy holds the blueprint. For centuries, the greatest minds, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, discovered the secret to unshakable peace, not through wishful thinking, not by avoiding problems, but by mastering the mind. They learned how to find happiness no matter what life threw at them, how to stay calm in chaos, how to be powerful in adversity, how to become untouchable by negativity. And tonight, as you listen, something will shift inside you. Your thoughts will slow down. The noise in your mind will quiet. The weight you've been carrying, the stress, the worry, the overthinking will start to lift. And when you wake up tomorrow, you'll feel different, stronger, lighter, more in control. This isn't just another audio to fall asleep to. This is a transformation waiting to happen. Are you ready? Let's begin. You've spent your whole life thinking of sleep as nothing more than a break from the day, a necessity, a gap between today and tomorrow. But what if sleep was something more? What if it was a reset, not just for your body, but for your mind? The Stoics understood something most people don't. Sleep is not just rest, it's renewal. It's a chance to clear the noise, to cleanse the mind, to prepare the soul for another day of life. While the world sees sleep as an escape, the Stoics saw it as a tool, a way to strengthen the mind, sharpen the spirit, and train for a better life. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, you won't just be closing your eyes. You'll be stepping into the same ritual practiced by the greatest minds in history. Throughout history, people have feared sleep because it reminds them of death. But to the Stoics, this was a gift, a reminder that each day is a complete chapter, a beginning, a middle, an end, and then sleep, a time to reflect, to release, to let go of the weight of the day, a fresh start every single night. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in history, wrote about this every evening. He knew that without clearing the mind, the next day would be nothing but a continuation of the last. And that's exactly why so many people feel stuck in cycles of stress and exhaustion. They carry today's burdens into tomorrow. Their mind never resets, never clears, never lets go. But you are about to learn the way out. The Stoics didn't see sleep as something to take for granted. They saw it as a discipline, a practice, a moment to reset the soul and prepare for another day of challenges, victories and struggles. While others collapsed into their beds, drowning in thoughts and regrets, the Stoics approached sleep with purpose. They treated it as a ritual, one designed to cleanse the mind, rewire the thinking, and prepare the spirit for the next day's battles. Tonight, you will learn to do the same. The mind is like a river, constantly flowing with thoughts, emotions, fears, and desires. If left unchecked, it floods, overflowing with stress, anxiety, and endless overthinking. But sleep is the dam. It controls the current. It gives your mind space to settle, to clear, to find peace before the next rush of life comes pouring in. And if you use it wisely, if you master it, sleep becomes more than rest. It becomes power. In the modern world, people treat sleep as an inconvenience. They push it aside, chase productivity, and then wonder why their minds are never at peace. But the Stoics knew better. They understood that without sleep, wisdom fades. Without rest, the mind becomes clouded, emotions take control, and reasoning weakens. A mind that never resets is a mind that slowly breaks. And that is exactly why you must reclaim your sleep. Before sleep, a Stoic releases the day. They let go of mistakes, not by ignoring them, but by learning from them. They don't dwell. They don't wish things had been different. They reflect, extract the lesson, and move forward. Because what's done is done. What matters is the mind you bring into tomorrow. This is where most people go wrong. They replay their failures, their regrets, their embarrassments over and over again until they fall asleep. And what happens? They wake up with the same weight, the same burdens, the same stress. But tonight, you will leave that behind. Tonight, you will learn how to use sleep as a tool, not an escape. The Stoics were ruthless with their thoughts. They did not let their minds control them. They controlled their minds. They knew that unchecked thoughts create suffering, that overthinking creates chaos, and that if the mind is not trained, it will turn against you. Sleep was their weapon against this. A time to reset, a time to wipe the slate clean, a time to prepare for a new day with a clear, focused, powerful mind. Seneca wrote that every night is a rehearsal for death, not in a morbid way, but as a reminder that each day is complete in itself, that sleep is a kind of letting go, a surrender, a practice in detachment. He believed that if you could go to bed without fear, without anxiety, without regret, then you had mastered the art of living. Most people see sleep as passive. The Stoics saw it as active, a time to prepare, to train, to condition the mind. And the result? They woke up stronger, clearer, ready. And this is where your journey begins. As you drift into sleep, you will not carry today's burdens with you. You will let them go, because that is the Stoic way. A mind that cannot release, cannot grow. And you? You're here to grow, to become stronger, calmer, wiser, to master yourself in sleep and in wakefulness. And when you wake up tomorrow, you will not be the same person who closed their eyes tonight. Each day comes to an end, and with it, an opportunity is presented, a chance to release the weight carried, to learn from what unfolded, and to set the course for tomorrow. The Stoics understood that the way a day ends is just as important as how it began. Without reflection, a person drifts through life without growth, repeating mistakes and reacting rather than responding. Most people treat the night as a time to escape, to distract themselves until sleep takes over. They numb their thoughts with entertainment, scroll mindlessly through their devices, or replay regrets until exhaustion wins. But this does not bring peace. It only prolongs the unrest. The mind cannot find clarity if it is never given the space to process. This is why Marcus Aurelius and Seneca approached each evening as a moment of quiet discipline. Not as a time for self-criticism, but for learning. Not to dwell, but to refine. They knew that unexamined emotions linger, growing in strength, shaping the way tomorrow unfolds. Reflection was their way of clearing the mind, ensuring that when they woke, they did so with purpose, not with baggage from the past. Now, as the night settles around you, it is your turn. Not to escape, but to observe. Not to dwell, but to understand. Not to regret, but to grow. There is a difference between reliving the past and learning from it. The first traps you, keeping your mind circling the same disappointments, the same frustrations. The second frees you, allowing you to extract the lesson and move forward. The problem is, Most people confuse the two. They think that thinking about a mistake over and over again somehow corrects it. But the past is untouchable. It cannot be changed. What can be changed, however, is the way the mind processes it. A Stoic does not relive failure as suffering. He dissects it as information. What was in his control? What was not? Where did emotion override reason? Where was there room for patience, for restraint, for wisdom? This is not an exercise in shame. It is an exercise in clarity. Marcus Aurelius asked himself these questions each night. Despite being the most powerful man in the world, he saw no value in deceiving himself. He knew that without self-examination, power is nothing but chaos. He would write not to impress, but to anchor himself in truth. And in doing so, he ensured that each day was not merely survived, but sharpened. Seneca believed that a life unexamined was a life wasted. He did not see reflection as an indulgence, but as a necessity. Without it, the mind operates on habit, repeating the same responses, making the same errors, experiencing the same frustrations. A person who does not reflect does not evolve. He remains a prisoner of his own unexamined mind. Reflection is not comfortable. It is easier to distract oneself, to fill the silence with noise. But distraction is temporary. The unresolved thoughts remain, waiting for a quiet moment to resurface. Reflection, though difficult, creates lasting peace. It gives the mind a way to process events before they solidify into burdens. The goal is not to rewrite the day with regret, but to ensure that tomorrow is not a repeat of today's mistakes. A person who fails to reflect will wake up with the same frustrations, react with the same impatience, and face the same obstacles without a new approach. A Stoic, however, wakes up prepared. He has studied his actions, adjusted his thinking, and set his mind for what is to come. Most people do not fear reflection. They fear what they might find. They fear seeing themselves honestly, without the comfort of excuses. But the truth is, there is nothing more liberating than self-awareness. When flaws are acknowledged, they lose their power. When mistakes are understood, they become tools for wisdom. Before sleep, the mind is at its most open. It is no longer distracted by the demands of the day. This is why the thoughts placed in it at night have immense power. If the last thoughts before sleep are self-criticism, worry, and frustration, those emotions seep into the subconscious, shaping the mind's state upon waking. But if those thoughts are of reflection, of acceptance, of growth, the mind rises stronger. Most people carry today's emotions into tomorrow, letting them accumulate until life feels like an endless cycle of unresolved tension. But a Stoic knows that each day is complete. He does not drag the weight of yesterday into today. He does not hold on to anger, resentment, or regret. He observes, he learns, and then he lets go. This is the power of pre-sleep reflection, not to dwell, but to reset, not to criticize, but to refine, not to be burdened by the past, but to shape the future with clarity. Reflection builds emotional discipline. Most suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the way the mind interprets them. A comment from a colleague, a mistake at work, a delayed plan. None of these things hold inherent pain. It is the mind that assigns them weight. Without reflection, these small disturbances accumulate, growing into something far greater than they were. But when examined objectively, their power dissolves. This is why Stoics reviewed their day without emotion. They didn't replay conversations with frustration. They didn't relive mistakes with self-pity. They studied their actions as an observer would, detached from the weight of ego. And in doing so, they freed themselves from unnecessary suffering. A night of reflection leads to a morning of clarity. Those who neglect this practice wake up with the same frustrations they fell asleep with. Their emotions remain raw, their thoughts tangled. But those who reflect wake up with precision. They have already processed the emotions of the day. They step into the morning with an understanding of where they need to adjust, what they need to improve, and what no longer deserves their attention. To examine oneself requires courage. It is easy to blame others, to see the world as the problem. But Stoicism does not allow for this kind of thinking. It demands responsibility. If an argument arose, what role was played in it? If impatience surfaced, what was its source? If stress overwhelmed, was it caused by an external event or by an attachment to something outside of control? This practice is not self-criticism, it is self-mastery. It is the process of shaping the mind, sharpening it, refining it, so that tomorrow it operates with greater wisdom. Before sleep, the mind either prepares for tomorrow or stays tangled in yesterday. The choice is always there, to carry or to release, to reflect or to repeat. Those who reflect move forward. Those who do not remain in cycles they do not understand. A mind that does not reflect is a mind that remains a prisoner to its habits. But a mind that observes, that studies, that refines, that is the mind that is free. The mind is always at work, even when the body rests. What is placed into it before sleep does not simply fade away. It lingers, reshapes itself, and settles into the subconscious. This is why Stoics understood that the final thoughts before sleep mattered just as much as the actions taken during the day. Reflection prepared the mind for the night, but what happens after that? What happens in those hours when the conscious mind fades and the subconscious takes control? Most people assume that sleep is an inactive state, a pause in thought. But the reality is that the subconscious is constantly processing, storing, and reinforcing what was fed to it throughout the day. If left untrained, it holds on to whatever is strongest: worry, fear, regret. If conditioned correctly, however, it becomes an instrument of strength, clarity, and resilience. The subconscious does not distinguish between what is useful and what is harmful. It simply absorbs. If the last thoughts before sleep are chaotic, the subconscious holds on to them, shaping the way the mind reacts to the world upon waking. This is why so many people begin their days already feeling overwhelmed, already carrying the weight of yesterday. The mind did not truly rest. It repeated the same cycles, reinforcing the same doubts, fears, and attachments. But a trained mind does not function this way. A trained mind places intention into the subconscious. It does not allow the past to dictate its reactions. It sets a foundation for inner stability, even in sleep. Marcus Aurelius understood the power of repetition. The thoughts repeated most often become the foundation of character. This is why he reminded himself daily of what was within his control and what was not. It was not enough to know Stoic principles intellectually. They had to be embedded into his very being. And this embedding happens most powerfully when the conscious mind is quiet during sleep. The mind naturally replays thoughts and experiences during rest. If filled with negativity, sleep strengthens worry. If filled with direction and discipline, sleep strengthens resilience. The subconscious absorbs the strongest emotions from the day, not necessarily the most rational thoughts. This is why a moment of anger lingers longer than a moment of logic. The mind holds on to what is felt most deeply. If a person goes to sleep filled with frustration, that frustration does not dissolve overnight. It takes root. This is why Stoics trained themselves to remove unnecessary emotion before sleep. They did not let anger or regret be the final thoughts of the day. They replaced them with clarity, reason, and self-discipline. What the subconscious receives is what it strengthens. This is why repeated exposure to stress creates a mind conditioned for stress, while repeated exposure to discipline creates a mind conditioned for control. Most people believe that their habits are built in the waking hours through conscious decisions and actions, but habits are reinforced far more deeply in sleep. The mind replays patterns, solidifies behaviors, and strengthens responses during the hours of rest. This is why a person who trains for discipline does not only practice when awake, they practice in how they prepare their mind for sleep. Stoics understood that repetition is the foundation of mastery. If thoughts of self-control, gratitude, and perspective are placed into the subconscious, they take root. This is why affirmations, meditations, and even reviewing Stoic principles before sleep can shift the mind in ways that no amount of daytime effort can. Training the subconscious requires consistency. One night of setting the right thoughts before sleep will not transform the mind, but when done every night, the effect is profound. The Stoics did not hope for wisdom. They conditioned their minds to embody it. They did not rely on fleeting motivation. They trained their subconscious to default to strength. They did not let emotions take over while they slept. They ensured that what was absorbed was useful, rational, and aligned with their principles. Most people believe that change happens in moments of conscious effort, but the real transformation happens beneath awareness, in the quiet hours when the subconscious is left to shape itself. The subconscious is influenced not only by direct thoughts before sleep, but by the overall patterns of the day. If a person spends the day consumed by distractions, stress, and external validation, those patterns continue to shape the subconscious overnight. This is why Stoicism is not simply about what is practiced in a single moment. It is about the entire structure of one's thought process. A mind trained in detachment from external noise does not suddenly become chaotic when it sleeps. A mind that has practiced equanimity does not reinforce anxiety in the subconscious, but a mind that is constantly reactive, that feeds on external affirmation and fears losing control, will not find peace, even in sleep. Modern neuroscience confirms what Stoics knew centuries ago. The brain consolidates learning during sleep. Whatever is reinforced throughout the day is strengthened at night. This is why musicians, athletes, and scholars often wake up better at a skill they practiced the day before. The mind continues refining patterns long after conscious effort has stopped. If this applies to skill building, it also applies to emotional and mental conditioning. A person who rehearses frustration, blame, or insecurity during the day strengthens those reactions in the subconscious. A person who rehearses patience, control, and understanding strengthens those qualities instead. This is why Stoicism is not just something to study, but something to live. The mind does not distinguish between a passing thought and a deeply held belief. It strengthens whatever is repeated most often. The subconscious is not just a passive recorder of experiences. It is a filter through which reality is processed. If it is trained to see external events as neutral, it no longer reacts with unnecessary emotion. If it is trained to understand that control lies within, it no longer seeks external validation. If it is trained to accept change without resistance, it no longer suffers when things do not go as expected. Most people believe that suffering comes from events, but it does not. It comes from how the subconscious has been conditioned to interpret those events, and this conditioning happens when the mind is unguarded, when it is resting, when the conscious effort is silent. Stoics understood that sleep was not a time to neglect the mind, but a time to train it. They recognized that the thoughts placed into the subconscious before sleep would shape their responses upon waking. They did not waste this time with random thoughts or indulgence in frustration. They directed it toward clarity, gratitude, and resilience. A mind that falls asleep with unresolved anger will wake up with a mind conditioned for irritation. A mind that falls asleep with acceptance will wake up with strength. This is why pre-sleep rituals, from reflection to reading Stoic principles, matter. They are not just habits, they are conditioning. Most people leave their subconscious unchecked. They let it absorb whatever emotions are strongest, allowing old habits to reinforce themselves. But the Stoic takes control, even in sleep. He does not allow his mind to be ruled by fear or regret. He plants seeds of wisdom, knowing that what is repeated in sleep will become instinct upon waking. He does not treat his subconscious as something separate from himself. He knows that it is the foundation upon which his conscious mind operates. If it is trained well, he does not have to struggle against emotions. His mind naturally responds with reason. Every night is an opportunity, a chance to rewrite the subconscious, a chance to set the foundation for the next day, not with random emotions, but with deliberate intention. The thoughts allowed into the mind before sleep shape what happens after waking. If those thoughts are disciplined, the mind wakes up stronger. If they are chaotic, the mind wakes up reactive. This is why the Stoic mind is unshaken, not because it suppresses emotions, but because it has conditioned itself, even in sleep, to see things clearly. The subconscious is always listening. The only question is what you choose to feed it. The subconscious mind does not sleep. It listens, absorbs, and strengthens whatever is repeated. The Stoics knew that the way a person prepared for sleep determined the state of their mind upon waking. If the final moments before rest were filled with agitation, unresolved frustration, or meaningless distractions, the subconscious would carry those emotions forward, subtly shaping the way the next day unfolded. But if the night was approached with discipline, with reflection, with clarity, then sleep became something more than just rest. It became a tool for resetting the mind, for reinforcing wisdom, for cultivating tranquility. Stoic sleep rituals were not indulgences. They were acts of self-mastery. The mind is not easily tamed, and even in the quiet hours of the night, thoughts continue to stir. Without intention, the mind drifts wherever it pleases, following anxieties, replaying arguments, clinging to imagined futures. But with the right discipline, the mind can be directed toward peace. Ancient Stoics understood that the hours before sleep were a crucial time for conditioning the mind. While most people treated bedtime as an afterthought, they saw it as an opportunity to reset, to strengthen, to train their thoughts into patterns of stability rather than chaos. They didn't leave the state of their mind to chance. They prepared for rest the same way they prepared for life, with deliberate action and unwavering discipline. Marcus Aurelius, even in the midst of war, wrote that the mind must be cleansed before sleep. He treated each day as a complete cycle, nothing unfinished, nothing left unresolved, nothing weighing upon him as he drifted into rest. He did not let small irritations take root. He did not allow the emotions of the day to dictate his peace at night. He ended each evening with reflection, examining his choices with honesty, releasing what no longer served him. This was not self-indulgence, it was survival. He understood that if he did not control his thoughts before sleep, his thoughts would control him upon waking. Seneca, despite his wealth and status, was not attached to comfort. He believed that ease weakened the mind. Even in sleep, he practiced self-restraint, often choosing simplicity over indulgence. He understood that the body did not need luxury to rest. It needed discipline. Softness in sleep, he warned, could lead to softness in character. A mind accustomed to unnecessary comfort in the night would struggle with discomfort in the day. So he trained himself, not through hardship for its own sake, but through a measured control over his environment. A firm bed, a calm space, a deliberate routine. These were not restrictions, they were tools. For the Stoics, the night was not an escape from life's difficulties. It was preparation for them. They did not numb themselves with distractions, nor did they let themselves be carried by restless thinking. Their sleep rituals were designed to reinforce the very qualities they valued most: clarity, resilience, detachment from what could not be controlled. The way they approached sleep was a reflection of the way they approached everything else, with order, with intention, with purpose. The modern world treats sleep as something to be earned after exhaustion, something to be stolen in small fragments between endless distractions. But the mind, when neglected, becomes restless. It does not simply shut off when it is ignored. It demands resolution. It demands clarity. And when it does not receive it, it continues searching, even in sleep. This is why so many people wake up exhausted, even after long hours of rest. Their bodies sleep, but their minds remain tangled in the unresolved. The Stoics did not allow this. They trained themselves to enter rest with nothing left clinging to them. One of the most powerful techniques they practiced was detachment from unnecessary emotions. The mind is easily weighed down by small grievances. A single thought, left unchecked, can spiral into a storm of frustration or regret. Stoics did not allow this to happen. Before sleep, they examined their day and stripped away the emotional excess. Was that anger useful? No. Then it did not deserve to be carried forward. Did that irritation serve any purpose? If not, it was discarded. This was not suppression, it was clarity. There is a difference between ignoring emotions and choosing which ones are worthy of attention. The Stoics did not suppress, they evaluated. And if an emotion was not aligned with reason, it was left behind. They also practiced gratitude, but not in the way most people think of it. Gratitude for them was not about listing things to be happy about. It was about perspective. They reminded themselves each night of how little they needed to be content. They focused not on what was missing, but on what was already within their control. This reframed their minds, removing the constant hunger for more, replacing it with appreciation for what already existed. They did not go to sleep longing for what had not yet arrived. They went to sleep secure in the understanding that they already had what they required. Their approach to the physical aspects of sleep was just as disciplined as their mental preparation. They understood that a cluttered environment leads to a cluttered mind. Simplicity was not just an aesthetic choice, it was a necessity. A room filled with distractions creates a mind filled with distractions. They kept their sleeping spaces clean, orderly, and free of unnecessary indulgences. They believed that excess in the bedroom led to excess in thinking, and excess in thinking led to disorder in life. Their focus was not on luxury, but on function. The goal was rest, not indulgence. They also understood the connection between the body and the mind. The way a person treats their body before sleep affects the quality of their rest. They did not overeat, knowing that indulgence disrupts the body's ability to restore itself. They did not overstimulate their senses, knowing that a restless body leads to a restless mind. They treated their bodies with the same discipline they treated their thoughts. Moderation was the key. Enough food to sustain, but not to burden. Enough movement to maintain strength, but not to exhaust. Enough structure to create balance, but not to suffocate. The final moments before sleep were sacred. They did not waste them. They did not fill them with distractions, nor did they allow random thoughts to dictate their final state of mind. They used this time deliberately. Some engaged in reading, not as an escape, but as a refinement. They absorbed wisdom so that their subconscious would process something of value during sleep. Others engaged in breathing exercises, slowing the body to signal that it was time to rest. They understood that the nervous system does not simply switch off, it must be guided. A body that remains tense cannot enter deep rest. A mind that remains active cannot wake up clear. They saw sleep as preparation, not just for the next day, but for life itself. Each night was a small practice in letting go, in trusting that not everything needed to be controlled, in understanding that surrender is not weakness, but wisdom. They did not fear sleep. They did not fight it. They embraced it as part of the cycle of existence, a moment to reset, to recalibrate, to prepare. And when they woke, they did not wake up rushed, scattered, or burdened. They woke up ready. A well-structured night leads to a well-structured life. Those who treat sleep with discipline treat their waking hours with the same. The person who ends the day with clarity wakes up with purpose. The person who ends the day in chaos wakes up in confusion. The Stoics did not separate the night from the day. They understood that one flows into the other. The quality of one determines the quality of the next. A mind trained in discipline does not resist sleep. It welcomes it. A mind accustomed to order does not wake up restless. It wakes up prepared. A person who understands the value of the night does not stumble into sleep without thought. They enter it with intention, and that intention shapes everything that follows. The modern world may not resemble ancient Rome, but the principles remain unchanged. Those who take control of their nights take control of their lives. The final thoughts before rest set the tone for the mind upon waking. Those who prepare well sleep deeply. Those who sleep deeply wake ready. Those who wake ready live well. The way a person approaches sleep is a reflection of how they approach life itself. A restless mind struggles against what has already happened, resisting the events of the day, carrying frustration and regret into the night. A disciplined mind, however, releases what is outside of its control, allowing rest to be what it should be, a time of renewal, not resistance. The Stoics knew that surrendering to sleep was not a sign of weakness, but of wisdom. They understood that acceptance is not passive resignation, but an active choice to stop fighting against what already is. This is where amor fati becomes essential. Amor fati, the love of fate, is not just an idea. It is a way of living, a way of thinking, a way of transforming the mind so that it stops resisting and starts embracing. Most people do not suffer because of what happens to them. They suffer because they do not accept it. They replay events, questioning why things happened a certain way, hoping reality was different, clinging to an alternate version of the past that does not exist. This is why many struggle to sleep. Their minds are filled with resistance, arguing with the inevitable, refusing to let go. But the Stoics trained themselves differently. They did not merely tolerate life's events, they embraced them. They found value in them. They saw every obstacle as fuel, every difficulty as an opportunity, every setback as part of the greater path that was always unfolding. They did not just endure fate, they welcomed it as if they had chosen it. The mind absorbs what it is repeatedly fed. If the last thoughts before sleep are filled with frustration, the subconscious clings to that frustration. If the last moments before rest are spent wishing things were different, the mind reinforces the belief that life should be fought against rather than lived with acceptance. But if the final thoughts before sleep are rooted in amor fati, in the understanding that everything that has happened was necessary, then the mind learns to release resistance. It stops trying to rewrite the past and instead embraces it fully, seeing it as neither good nor bad, but simply part of the path. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to accept what came his way, not as something he had to tolerate, but as something meant for him. He saw life not as a collection of random events, but as a continuous unfolding of lessons. He did not resent hardships, he studied them. He did not curse his circumstances, he examined them for wisdom. This is the mindset of someone who understands that fighting against reality is pointless. What happened has already happened. It cannot be undone. The only choice left is to either resist it and suffer, or embrace it and grow. Before sleep, this choice is most important. A night filled with resistance creates a morning filled with tension. But a night spent accepting, reflecting, and finding meaning in what has occurred creates a mind that wakes up lighter, unburdened, and ready. Practicing amor fati before bed is not about pretending that everything is perfect. It is about recognizing that even the most difficult moments are part of a larger picture. It is about seeing that there is value in every experience, even those that were painful or unexpected. This is a shift that most people struggle with because the instinct is to resist. The mind wants to cling to what was comfortable, to hold on to what was lost, to reject what feels unfair. But the Stoic mind does not indulge in these thoughts. It asks a different question. How can this serve me? What can I learn from this? How is this shaping me into someone stronger? The power of this practice is that it rewires the mind over time. It changes the relationship with hardship. Instead of seeing difficulties as setbacks, the mind begins to see them as necessary steps. Instead of feeling anger toward the past, there is a shift toward appreciation. Instead of feeling weighed down by what has happened, there is a lightness that comes from truly accepting it. This does not mean false optimism. It does not mean pretending that every moment is enjoyable. It means seeing every moment as useful. This is the core of amor fati. Before sleep, the Stoics ensured that nothing remained unresolved within them. They did not go to bed holding on to bitterness, regret, or frustration. They reflected on the day. They acknowledged what had occurred. And then they let it go. They understood that whatever had happened was outside of their control now. Holding on to it served no purpose. Their only responsibility was to wake up ready for what came next. They did not view life as something happening to them, but as something happening for them. Everything was a lesson. Everything was part of the path. A mind that resists the past remains trapped in it. A mind that embraces it moves forward without hesitation. This is why so many people feel stuck. They have not accepted their own history. They are still fighting against what has already happened, carrying unnecessary weight, hoping that the past could somehow change if they think about it long enough. But time does not move backward. What is done is done. The Stoics understood this deeply. They did not waste energy on things that could not be undone. They focused only on how they could use the past to shape the future. Gratitude becomes effortless when amor fati is truly practiced. When a person stops resisting what has happened, they stop feeling like life is against them. They begin to see that even their struggles were necessary. They realize that even their hardest moments carried something valuable. This perspective changes everything. Instead of seeing difficulties as unfair, they are seen as teachers. Instead of looking at failures as something to regret, they are seen as stepping stones. This is why Stoics were not bitter. They were not resentful. They were not constantly dwelling on how life should have been different. They saw things clearly. They accepted things fully. They moved forward without hesitation. A person who learns to practice amor fati before bed sleeps with a lighter heart. They do not spend the night arguing with their thoughts. They do not replay conversations with anger. They do not linger on missed opportunities. They go to sleep knowing that everything unfolded exactly as it needed to, and they wake up ready to face what comes next with strength. The weight that most people carry is not from life itself. It is from their refusal to accept it. They are trapped not by circumstances, but by their own resistance. The one who embraces amor fati is free. The subconscious absorbs this practice just as it does everything else. If each night ends with an acceptance of what is, then the mind begins to default to that acceptance in daily life. This is why the Stoics were unshaken. They did not fight the past. They did not fear the future. They existed fully in the present, knowing that whatever happened was part of their journey. They did not see fate as something cruel or random. They saw it as a guide, always leading them toward growth, even when the path was difficult. The greatest peace comes not from controlling everything, but from realizing that control was never necessary. The events of life will unfold as they will. The only choice is how to respond. Amor fati is the choice to respond with strength, with wisdom, with full acceptance. It is the refusal to be broken by what has already happened. It is the decision to take everything, every joy, every pain, every unexpected turn, and make use of it. This is why practicing amor fati before sleep is transformative. It conditions the mind to let go of resistance. It creates a state of peace, where nothing is held onto that does not serve a purpose. It allows sleep to be true rest, free from the burden of unresolved emotions. And when the morning comes, the mind does not wake up exhausted from carrying the weight of the past. It wakes up free, clear, and prepared to move forward. Every day is part of a larger process. Every event, whether welcomed or unwelcomed, plays a role in shaping who a person becomes. Resisting this only creates suffering. Accepting it creates power. The past is not an enemy. It is a teacher. The hardships are not punishment. They are preparation. The obstacles are not in the way. They are the way. The one who truly embraces amor fati does not resent what has happened. They do not waste time hoping things had been different. They take everything, every moment, every experience, and they use it. They turn all of it into strength. They do not let anything go to waste. They do not let anything break them. They love their fate, fully, completely, without hesitation. And that love is what makes them untouchable. Acceptance of fate rewires the way the mind processes experiences. The weight of resistance is lifted, and the mind learns to see events not as obstacles, but as part of the necessary unfolding of life. This shift does not happen instantly. It is built through repetition, through intentional conditioning, through the way thoughts are framed before sleep. The mind does not simply let go of deeply ingrained habits overnight. It must be trained, shaped, and guided. This is where the power of Stoic pre-sleep affirmations and neuroplasticity comes into play. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself based on repeated thoughts and behaviors, is what allows beliefs to become instinctual. It is the reason people who dwell in negativity find it difficult to escape their patterns of thought, while those who repeatedly reinforce resilience and clarity develop an unshakable mindset. The brain strengthens whatever is most frequently repeated. This is why pre-sleep affirmations are more than just words. They are tools for reshaping the subconscious. The final moments before sleep are when the mind is most receptive. It is in these quiet moments that thoughts settle into the deepest layers of consciousness, forming the foundation for how the mind will interpret and respond to the world upon waking. The Stoics understood that thoughts do not simply fade away. They leave impressions, shaping future reactions and emotions. A mind left untrained will default to whatever patterns it has practiced the most. If the last thoughts before sleep are filled with worry, fear, or self-doubt, those emotions become reinforced overnight, strengthening the cycle of anxious thinking. If, instead, those final moments are used to repeat principles of resilience, detachment, and strength, then those qualities become more deeply embedded in the subconscious. The words a person tells themselves at the end of the day become the blueprint for how they will perceive the next one. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about the importance of reminding oneself of Stoic principles daily. He repeated truths to himself, not because he had forgotten them, but because he understood that wisdom must be constantly reinforced. Even the strongest mind is susceptible to drifting if not anchored in repetition. This is why pre-sleep affirmations are not merely motivational statements, they are mental conditioning. The repetition of certain phrases trains the mind to default to those beliefs under pressure. Over time, what once required effort becomes natural. What once felt like a deliberate choice becomes instinct. When affirmations are used before sleep, they work directly with the subconscious. The brain does not simply shut off during rest. It processes, sorts, and strengthens patterns of thought. This is why dreams often reflect unresolved emotions or persistent fears. The subconscious holds on to what is repeated most often. If a person consistently tells themselves that they have control over their thoughts, that external events do not dictate their emotions, that adversity is a training ground rather than a setback, then these ideas become automatic responses. A stressful event that once triggered frustration begins to trigger calm instead. A disappointment that once led to self-pity begins to lead to renewed determination. The mind, through repetition, learns how to respond in ways that serve rather than hinder. Affirmations work because the brain does not distinguish between real and imagined experiences. When a person visualizes themselves acting with strength, their brain activates as if they are physically experiencing that moment. This is why elite athletes use mental rehearsal to improve their performance. Because the brain strengthens neural pathways through repetition, whether an action is physically performed or simply thought about. Stoic pre-sleep affirmations follow the same principle. By consistently reinforcing the belief that emotions are within control, that setbacks are opportunities, that nothing external has power over inner peace, the brain wires itself to react accordingly in real-life situations. The language used in these affirmations matters. The subconscious mind absorbs statements as truths, so they must be framed in a way that reinforces desired beliefs. Saying, "I will try to remain calm," leaves room for doubt, whereas saying I am in control of my emotions reinforces certainty. Saying I hope to accept what happens lacks conviction, while saying I embrace all that comes my way aligns directly with amor fati. The mind strengthens what is presented to it as absolute. This is why Stoics did not speak in uncertain terms about their principles. They did not say they would attempt to be resilient. They said they were resilient. They did not hope to control their thoughts. They stated with certainty that they did. The effectiveness of affirmations also depends on repetition. A single instance of telling oneself a truth does little to change ingrained mental habits. But when the same truth is repeated night after night, the subconscious begins to absorb it as reality. This is why pre-sleep affirmations should not be random or inconsistent. They should follow a structure, reinforcing core Stoic beliefs in a way that builds mental resilience over time. The goal is not to feel different immediately, but to shape the subconscious so that over weeks, months, and years, the default reaction to life's challenges becomes stronger, calmer, and more aligned with reason. The connection between affirmations and neuroplasticity is well documented in neuroscience. The brain operates on a use it or lose it principle. Neural pathways that are repeatedly activated become stronger, while those that are ignored weaken over time. This is why behaviors that are repeated consistently become habits, whether good or bad. If a person repeatedly allows their emotions to dictate their reactions, their brain strengthens that response until it becomes automatic. But if they repeatedly affirm that they are in control, their brain begins to restructure itself around that belief. What once felt unnatural becomes second nature. Stoic pre-sleep affirmations are a direct way to take control of this process. By using the moments before sleep to reinforce principles of acceptance, resilience, and control, the mind begins to adopt these qualities as its default mode. The goal is not to force oneself to be calm and rational. It is to train the mind so that calm and rational thinking happen effortlessly. This is the difference between forcing discipline and embodying it. One is effort, the other is nature. Affirmations bridge the gap between knowing what is wise and actually living it without hesitation. A common mistake people make with affirmations is expecting immediate results. The mind does not change overnight. Just as physical strength is built through repeated training, mental strength is built through repeated reinforcement. A person doesn't become resilient by saying it once. They become resilient by saying it every night, until their subconscious holds onto it so firmly that it becomes part of who they are. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience confirmed it. They did not rely on fleeting motivation. They trained their minds with unwavering discipline, knowing that the more a belief was repeated, the stronger it became. The impact of these affirmations extends beyond sleep. A person who conditions their mind at night wakes up with those thoughts already in place. Their first response to stress is not panic, but control. Their reaction to hardship is not frustration, but acceptance. Their default state is not one of resistance, but of clarity. This is the power of repetition. It is not about forcing the mind to be a certain way. It is about shaping it over time so that wisdom is no longer something to reach for. It is simply how the mind functions. Neuroplasticity ensures that what is practiced becomes permanent. This is why negative thought patterns are so difficult to break. People who constantly tell themselves they are not good enough, that life is unfair, that nothing works in their favor, reinforce those beliefs until they feel inescapable. But the same process applies to positive conditioning. A person who tells themselves every night that they are capable, that they are in control, that external events hold no power over them, strengthens those truths until they become undeniable. The brain does not judge the thoughts it strengthens. It simply strengthens whatever is repeated most. This is why Stoics placed such importance on daily reflection and repetition of key principles. They knew that wisdom was not something one learned once and retained forever. It had to be reinforced constantly, ingrained into the very structure of the mind. Pre-sleep affirmations were not about changing emotions in the moment. They were about conditioning the mind so that over time, emotions aligned with reason without struggle. They ensured that even in moments of challenge, even in times of uncertainty, the mind did not waver. It did not revert to fear or doubt. It remained steady because it had been trained to be so. The final thoughts before sleep shape the subconscious. The subconscious shapes the mind. The mind shapes reality. This is why what is said before rest matters. It is not just talk. It is programming. It is the construction of resilience. It is the foundation for an unshakable life. Those who master their pre-sleep thoughts master their waking world. Those who train their minds at night wake up in control. Those who repeat wisdom until it is instinct never have to force themselves to be strong. They simply are. The mind is shaped by what it repeatedly hears, sees, and believes. What is fed into the subconscious before sleep dictates how the brain will process reality upon waking. Pre-sleep affirmations are not just words. They're tools for rewiring thought patterns, training the mind to default to clarity, resilience, and stability. But for many, the struggle begins before affirmations can even take effect. The greatest obstacle to mental conditioning during sleep is not just negative thought patterns, it is the inability to sleep at all. Insomnia disrupts the very foundation upon which mental resilience is built. When sleep is elusive, the mind is left restless, unsettled, constantly reaching for control over something that cannot be forced. The more a person chases sleep, the more it evades them. The fear of not sleeping creates more resistance, tightening the grip of anxiety, making rest even more difficult to achieve. Most people treat insomnia as an enemy, something to fight against, something that must be fixed immediately. But this very resistance is what keeps the mind trapped in cycles of wakefulness. The Stoics approach problems differently. They did not fight against reality. They adjusted to it. They did not allow their peace to be dictated by external conditions. If sleep came, they accepted it. If it did not, they remained unshaken. The key was always the same: indifference. Indifference to sleep loss does not mean dismissing its importance. It means refusing to let it become a source of suffering. It means understanding that the true cause of distress is not the lack of sleep itself, but the mind's reaction to it. The frustration, the anxiety, the endless questioning of why sleep will not come. These are the real causes of exhaustion. The Stoic approach is to remove the unnecessary suffering layered on top of the physical pains. Sleep is a function of the body, but distress over sleep is a function of the mind. The goal is not to force sleep, but to eliminate the mental resistance surrounding it. A person lying awake at night often tells themselves a story: how they will suffer the next day, how their mind will not function, how everything will fall apart if rest is not achieved. But this is an illusion. Sleep deprivation does not have the catastrophic consequences that anxiety makes it seem. The body is resilient. The mind is adaptable. A single restless night, or even many, does not define a person's strength or ability to function. The belief that sleep must be perfect every night is a modern construct, one that creates unnecessary pressure. The Stoics understood that control over external circumstances is an illusion. They trained themselves to accept what came and to function regardless of conditions. Marcus Aurelius, ruling an empire, had nights where sleep did not come, but he did not allow this to disrupt his composure. He wrote that people often suffer more in their imagination than in reality. Lying awake, dwelling on the idea of lost rest, only deepens distress. The body knows how to recover. Even in moments of exhaustion, strength can still be found. Seneca, too, experienced sleepless nights, yet he did not see them as problems. He used the time for thought, for reflection, for calm acceptance. He did not add suffering where there was none. One of the greatest errors people make when struggling with sleep is thinking that rest must come immediately. They panic when it does not, believing that every minute awake is a failure. But the mind cannot be forced into relaxation. The more pressure is placed upon it, the more alert it becomes. Stoicism teaches detachment from outcomes. Sleep is no different. The more a person lets go of the need to sleep, the more likely rest will come. The paradox of control applies here. True control is found in surrender. Anxiety about sleep is often worse than the lack of sleep itself. The belief that a night without rest will ruin the following day creates unnecessary distress. The body is not as fragile as modern thinking suggests. It can withstand discomfort. It can function under less than ideal conditions. Sleep is valuable, but its absence is not a catastrophe. The Stoics prepared themselves for hardship, knowing that resilience is built not in perfect conditions, but in adapting to whatever arises. Sleep loss is no different. Accepting wakefulness as neither good nor bad removes its power to disturb. People often measure their nights in numbers. How many hours of sleep were gained? How many were lost? This focus on measurement fuels anxiety, reinforcing the idea that sleep must meet an exact standard to be effective. But the body does not function in rigid perfection. Some nights are restful, others are not. A fixation on numbers only increases frustration. The Stoics did not count hours. They focused on what was within control. If sleep came, they embraced it. If it did not, they used the time productively or rested without resentment. The way a person speaks to themselves about sleep shapes their experience of it. Those who say, "I will not be able to function without sleep," program their minds to struggle the next day. Those who say, "My body will adjust and I will endure," build resilience. The subconscious listens. It takes in whatever is repeated most often. If thoughts of dread surround sleep loss, exhaustion is deepened. If thoughts of capability are reinforced, the mind adapts. This is the core of Stoic pre-sleep conditioning, training the mind to respond with reason rather than panic. The world today treats sleep as another achievement, something to be perfected, tracked, and optimized. But sleep is not a competition. It is a natural process, one that cannot be forced into structure beyond what the body needs. The more it is turned into something to win at, the more elusive it becomes. The Stoics saw no benefit in worrying about things outside of their influence. They accepted conditions as they were, making the best use of what was available. If sleep came, they welcomed it. If it did not, they did not let it define them. A sleepless night does not ruin a person. The idea that it does is a distortion created by modern expectations. The Stoics endured battles, shipwrecks, exile, and extreme hardship. They functioned under conditions far worse than temporary sleep loss. They did not let discomfort dictate their mindset. They adapted. The belief that sleep must be perfect, that rest must be uninterrupted, is a self-imposed limitation. The body knows how to adjust. The mind must learn to trust it. A person who stops fearing insomnia stops suffering from it. Wakefulness is not the enemy. The resistance to wakefulness is. The night can be used for thought, for meditation, for acceptance. The body will rest when it is ready. Until then, there is no reason to let frustration take hold. The moment sleep is no longer treated as something to win or lose, it becomes effortless. The moment the mind lets go, the body follows. The power of indifference is often misunderstood. It is not about not caring, it is about not being controlled. A Stoic does not ignore sleep, but they do not obsess over it either. They take what comes, knowing that no single night determines their strength. They trust in their own resilience. They understand that the body is designed to endure. The belief that sleep must always be perfect is the true source of distress. The removal of that belief is the cure. The next time sleep is difficult, there is a choice: panic or acceptance, resistance or ease. The Stoic does not fight what is happening. They do not feed the cycle of frustration. They release the illusion of control, and in doing so, find freedom. Sleep, like all things, will come when it is needed. Until then, the mind remains steady, untangled, at peace. Indifference to sleep loss is not about ignoring the body's needs. It is about refusing to be ruled by them. And that refusal is what makes the difference between suffering and serenity. Letting go of the need to control sleep creates freedom. Anxiety over restlessness fuels the very problem it seeks to solve. A mind that accepts wakefulness without resistance naturally finds ease. A mind that clings to frustration remains trapped. The Stoics knew that peace does not come from the external world conforming to expectation. It comes from the mind mastering its own reactions. This is why Marcus Aurelius, even in the most demanding years of his life, refused to let sleeplessness dictate his inner state. He understood that the battle was never with sleep itself, but with the thoughts that surrounded it. His writings in Meditations reveal how he approached restlessness, not as an enemy, but as a test of discipline, a moment to practice control over the only thing that ever truly matters: his own mind. The greatest obstacle to sleep is not exhaustion, but mental resistance. A racing mind is not a random occurrence. It is the result of deeply ingrained habits, patterns of thought that have not been examined, impulses that have never been tamed. Marcus Aurelius did not allow his mind to run unchecked. He treated each thought as something to be observed, studied, and, when necessary, discarded. He understood that the mind's natural state is movement, but movement does not need to be chaos. When restlessness crept in, he reminded himself of a simple truth: it is not the events that disturb the mind, but the judgments placed upon them. This applied not only to the struggles of daily life, but to the experience of sleeplessness itself. The thought "I cannot sleep" is not inherently distressing. The belief that it will ruin the next day, that it signals something wrong, that it must be fought, these are the causes of suffering. He trained himself to respond to restlessness with indifference. Sleep was neither something to be forced nor something to be feared. He did not let the idea of tiredness hold power over him. He understood that the body would take what it needed in its own time. To worry over it was wasted effort. If the mind was active, he did not battle it, he directed it. He used wakefulness as an opportunity for reflection rather than frustration. He reviewed his actions, measured his reactions, and refined his understanding of his own nature. He did not let the night be ruled by resistance. He let it be what it was. His greatest weapon against anxiety was perspective. He reminded himself, again and again, that most things do not matter as much as they seem to in the moment. The mind, when left unchecked, magnifies small concerns into great burdens. A minor inconvenience becomes unbearable. A passing thought turns into a reason for panic. Marcus Aurelius knew that most disturbances lose their weight when seen from a broader view. He often reminded himself that he was a small part of a vast, unfolding universe, where everything rises and falls, where nothing lasts forever, and where most troubles are insignificant in the face of time. This mindset reduced fear. It dissolved worry. It put everything back into its proper place. He knew that restlessness was not just about sleep. It was about attachment. Attachment to things outside of his control. Attachment to his own expectations. Attachment to the idea that his circumstances should be different than they were. The key to peace was detachment. Not detachment in the sense of disinterest, but detachment from false beliefs, from unnecessary suffering, from emotional reactions that served no purpose. He trained himself to let go. If the body resisted sleep, he did not argue with it. He met it with acceptance. He let his mind settle into the understanding that this, too, was part of life. Most people who struggle with restlessness fall into the trap of believing that they must quiet the mind before they can sleep. They attempt to suppress thoughts, to force calmness. But suppression does not create peace. It creates inner conflict. The more a thought is pushed away, the stronger it returns. Marcus Aurelius took a different approach. He did not silence his mind. He observed it. He let thoughts pass without attachment. He did not hold on to them. He did not identify with them. He let them come, and he let them go. In this way, the mind naturally slowed. Sleep became possible because it was no longer being chased. He also reminded himself that sleeplessness was not suffering unless the mind made it so. It was a state of being, nothing more. He had endured far worse than a restless night. He had faced battles, plagues, the weight of an empire on his shoulders. To be tired was insignificant compared to the trials he had already overcome. If he could function under the strain of war, of political upheaval, of personal loss, then surely he could function under the mild discomfort of fatigue. Strength was not built in comfort. It was built in hardship. He saw sleeplessness as yet another opportunity to train himself in resilience. He often reflected on memento mori, the reminder that life is fleeting, that death comes for all, that time is limited. This was not a morbid thought for him. It was a tool to remove unnecessary worry. If life itself was short, why waste any moment of it in frustration? If the body resisted sleep, then he would use the time he was given. He would not let the mind fall into despair over something so minor in the grand scheme of existence. Marcus Aurelius did not expect his mind to obey him instantly. He knew that discipline was built through practice. He understood that control over thoughts was not something that happened overnight. It was something that had to be reinforced night after night until it became second nature. This is why he wrote his meditations. They were not written for anyone else. They were written as reminders to himself. His own mind needed guidance. His own thoughts needed structure. He repeated truths to himself because repetition is the foundation of mastery. His approach to anxiety was the same. He did not let his mind dictate his emotions without challenge. If a thought brought distress, he questioned it. Was this truly something worth worrying over? Would this matter in a month, a year, 10 years? Most of the time the answer was no, and if it did not matter, then why let it disturb the present moment? He learned to cut through illusion, to strip away the false importance that the mind often places on trivial concerns. He did not let himself be ruled by what was fleeting. He trained himself to remain steady, to see reality clearly. When sleep came, it came. When it did not, he remained composed. He did not tie his well-being to a single night of rest. He did not let the body's fluctuations dictate the strength of his mind. He took what was given and made use of it. He reminded himself that he had endured before, and he would endure again. This is the core of Stoic resilience, not the elimination of discomfort, but the ability to remain unshaken by it. His writings are filled with reminders that nothing external holds power over the mind unless it is allowed to. The world may bring difficulty, the body may experience discomfort, but none of these things have the ability to disturb unless permission is given. This is why he remained at peace. He did not give his circumstances more power than they deserved. He remained in control because he understood where true control existed, not in sleep, not in the body's needs, but in his own perception of them. The modern world treats sleeplessness as something to be feared, something to be fixed, but Marcus Aurelius would have viewed this as a false belief. There is no suffering in wakefulness unless the mind creates it. Restlessness is not a curse, it is a chance to practice acceptance. Anxiety is not inevitable, it is a response that can be changed. The moment a person stops fighting against sleeplessness, the moment they stop fearing tiredness, is the moment they are free. The next time rest does not come easily, there is a choice: to resist or to accept, to panic or to remain calm, to feed anxiety or to let it pass. The Stoic does not chase what cannot be forced. They do not fight what is outside their control. They train their mind to remain steady in all circumstances, and through this training they achieve what most fail to understand: that peace is not found in sleep itself, but in the mind that no longer fears its absence. The greatest burden is not what happens during the day, but what the mind refuses to release at night. Anxiety, frustration, regret. These are weights carried not because they must be, but because they are not put down. Marcus Aurelius understood that the ability to sleep peacefully had little to do with external circumstances and everything to do with detachment. The ability to let go is not weakness, it is power. It is the mastery of knowing what is worth holding on to and what must be discarded. It is the discipline of refusing to allow unnecessary thoughts to poison the present moment. The Stoics called this apatheia, a state of inner equilibrium where the mind is undisturbed by external chaos. The world may be turbulent, responsibilities may be demanding, the past may be full of mistakes, but none of these things have control unless the mind allows them to. Detachment does not mean indifference. It does not mean ignoring problems or pretending that life is without difficulty. It means refusing to give power to what cannot be changed. It means seeing reality clearly and choosing not to be emotionally consumed by it. The mind, when left unchecked, clings to stress, repeating conversations, analyzing mistakes, anticipating problems that have not yet arrived. This is why so many struggle to find rest. The day is over, but the mind is still living in it. The Stoics did not allow this. They understood that each day is complete in itself. There is nothing to be gained by carrying today's worries into tomorrow. The discipline of detachment is the discipline of knowing when to release what no longer serves a purpose. Most people suffer not because of what happened, but because they refuse to let it go. They replay interactions, regret their words, wish events had unfolded differently. They hold on to anger as if it changes what has already passed. But the past is untouchable. It cannot be rewritten. Holding on to it only ensures that suffering continues long after the moment has ended. The Stoics mastered the art of letting go because they understood that attachment to what is already gone is nothing but self-inflicted pain. Before sleep, they reviewed the day, acknowledged its events, extracted the lessons, and then released them. They did not dwell. They did not carry unnecessary thoughts. They ensured that when they lay down, their minds were as light as possible. Letting go requires clarity. It requires the ability to distinguish between what is within control and what is not. A mind that does not make this distinction is a mind that suffers unnecessarily. If a mistake was made, is there an opportunity to correct it? If yes, then take action. If not, then it is already outside of control. If someone acted unfairly, can their actions be changed? If no, then it is wasted energy to relive the event. If stress lingers about the future, will worrying about it now improve the outcome? If not, then the only rational response is to let it go. The mind creates its own suffering by holding on to things that serve no purpose. The Stoic practice of apatheia is the refusal to be disturbed by that which cannot be altered. Equanimity is a skill, not a personality trait. It is built through repetition, through training the mind to respond with reason rather than impulse. A mind that is not trained will grasp onto every disturbance, every inconvenience, every moment of discomfort. A trained mind sees these things for what they are: temporary, insignificant, fleeting. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that most things do not matter as much as they seem to in the moment. A harsh word from a stranger, a delayed plan, an unexpected challenge. None of these things carry real weight unless the mind decides they do. Most stress is not from events, but from interpretation. Change the interpretation, and stress dissolves. Before sleep, the practice of detachment must be intentional. It is not enough to wish for peace. The mind must be conditioned for it. This means systematically reviewing the events of the day and consciously releasing each one. If there was a moment of anger, it is left behind. If there was disappointment, it is not carried forward. If there was success, it is acknowledged, appreciated, and then set aside. Nothing lingers. The day is closed like a completed book. The present moment is the only thing that exists. The past is gone. The future has not yet arrived. The only responsibility is to rest the mind in preparation for what comes next. One of the most common traps of the restless mind is the belief that holding on to stress is useful. There is a fear that if thoughts are not constantly reviewed, something important will be forgotten. But this is an illusion. The brain does not need to be burdened to be effective. In fact, it works better when it is not overloaded. Stress does not make a person more prepared. It makes them less capable. Letting go is not carelessness. It's an intelligent choice to remove what is unnecessary so that focus and energy remain for what actually matters. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on how small individual concerns were in the grand scheme of time. He reminded himself that in a few years, even the greatest troubles would mean nothing. This was not to diminish the significance of effort or responsibility, but to remove the unnecessary weight of anxiety. When seen from a larger perspective, most problems shrink. The words of a critic, the frustrations of the day, the disappointments of unfulfilled expectations, all of these things are temporary. Letting them go is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is choosing to spend energy only on what is worthy of attention. Most people think that letting go is something that happens naturally, that over time stress fades on its own. But this is not true. Stress lingers because it is fed. It is given attention. It is replayed in the mind. Detachment is an active process. It requires a conscious decision to stop feeding the thoughts that disturb peace. It requires the discipline to recognize when the mind is clinging to something pointless and to release it immediately. The longer stress is entertained, the stronger it becomes. Letting go is not passive. It is a skill that must be practiced until it becomes second nature. Equanimity does not mean feeling nothing. It means not being controlled by feelings. It means understanding that emotions arise, but they do not need to dictate actions or disturb peace. Anger may surface, but it does not need to be followed. Sadness may appear, but it does not need to linger. The mind remains steady, unmoved by passing emotions, unaffected by fleeting impulses. The Stoics did not suppress emotions. They mastered them. They didn't allow themselves to be ruled by what was temporary. Before sleep, this mastery must be reaffirmed. It is the time to remind the mind that nothing from the day has the power to affect the present unless it is given permission. It is the time to reaffirm that nothing is worth losing peace over. No mistake, no disappointment, no external event holds enough weight to disturb inner stability. The night is a reset, a clearing of mental clutter, a preparation for what comes next. The practice of detachment also extends to the future. Many lie awake, not because of what has happened, but because of what might happen. They anticipate challenges, fear outcomes, worry over possibilities. But the future is untouched. It exists only in speculation. To suffer over what has not happened is to suffer needlessly. The Stoics understood that the future cannot be controlled, only met with readiness when it arrives. Worry does nothing to change what is coming. Preparation is useful. Anxiety is wasted energy. Letting go of future concerns is as important as releasing the past. A person who masters detachment before bed does not wake up burdened. They do not start the day carrying the weight of yesterday. They wake up clear, light, unshaken. Their mind is not a battlefield of unresolved emotions. It is a tool sharpened for what lies ahead. They do not react impulsively to new stress because they have trained themselves to release it before it has a chance to take hold. Letting go is not a one-time decision. It is a daily practice. It is the art of knowing that nothing is truly permanent, that no stress is worth clinging to, that no fear deserves more attention than necessary. The person who learns to release what is outside of their control does not suffer under its weight. They remain free. They remain steady. They remain at peace. And peace, in the end, is not something given by the world. It's something created within. Detachment from the day's stress is not the end of the process. It is the preparation for something greater. The mind does not simply empty itself. It must be guided, trained, and conditioned toward strength. Letting go clears the unnecessary, but what remains must be sharpened. The Stoics did not simply remove negative emotions. They replaced them with discipline, resilience, and clarity. They understood that the mind is not a passive instrument. It's something that can be shaped deliberately. This is why they practiced visualization, not as a form of wishful thinking, but as a method of mental conditioning, a way to prepare the mind for challenges before they arrived. The human brain does not distinguish between what is real and what is imagined. It reacts to visualization as if it were experience itself. This is why fear grows in anticipation of difficulties even before they occur. It is why anxiety tightens its grip when the mind fixates on worst-case scenarios. The body prepares for what the mind believes to be real. But this same mechanism can be used for something far more powerful: resilience training. The Stoics knew that hardship was inevitable. They did not wait for it to arrive unprepared. They rehearsed their responses in advance. They imagined moments of difficulty and trained themselves to remain composed, unaffected, and in control. This is how resilience is built, not in the moment of crisis, but in the quiet hours before it ever happens. The moments before sleep are the most powerful for this kind of training. The mind is in a receptive state, transitioning between wakefulness and rest, more open to suggestion, more malleable. Whatever is reinforced in these moments sinks deeper into the subconscious. A person who lies awake replaying fears and doubts strengthens those fears and doubts. But a person who deliberately rehearses strength, who envisions themselves facing difficulties with calm, who sees themselves overcoming obstacles with clarity and control, wires their mind to react that way when real challenges appear. This is why the Stoics practiced premeditatio malorum, the visualization of adversity. They did not do this to create fear. They did it to remove fear. By mentally preparing for discomfort, they ensured that nothing could truly disturb them. Most people approach challenges reactively. They wait until difficulties arise and then hope to respond well. But the Stoic prepares in advance. They do not rely on fleeting motivation or blind optimism. They train their mind systematically, knowing that what is practiced repeatedly becomes automatic. When a situation demands patience, they do not search for it. They have already rehearsed it. When an unexpected hardship appears, they do not panic. They have already experienced it in the mind and know how to respond. Their composure is not luck. It is the result of training. Visualization is not fantasy. It is a tool for shaping the mind's automatic reactions. A person who repeatedly visualizes themselves handling pressure without stress develops a nervous system that does not react impulsively to pressure. A person who mentally rehearses staying calm in conflict builds a natural ability to remain composed. This is not abstract theory. It is a well-documented function of the brain's neuroplasticity, the ability to rewire itself based on repeated patterns of thought and behavior. Athletes use it to refine their performance. Public speakers use it to reduce anxiety. The Stoics used it to fortify the mind against suffering. Marcus Aurelius wrote that a person should prepare themselves each morning for the difficulties of the day ahead. But preparation does not begin in the morning. It begins the night before. The mind absorbs what it is given before sleep and carries it forward into the next day. If negativity is left unresolved, it seeps into the subconscious, influencing the tone of the morning. But if resilience is deliberately trained, if calm is reinforced, if detachment from external events is visualized, then the mind wakes up aligned with those qualities. A day that begins with stress is often the result of a night spent reinforcing it. A day that begins with steadiness is built the night before. There is a difference between passive hope and active training. Hoping for strength in difficult times is not enough. The mind does not automatically default to resilience. It must be programmed for it. Just as the body strengthens through repeated physical exercise, the mind strengthens through repeated mental rehearsal. A person who runs through panic in their head every night will find themselves panicked in real life. A person who runs through composure in their mind will find themselves naturally composed when it matters most. Visualization must be structured correctly to be effective. It is not simply about picturing success or repeating empty affirmations. It must be done with realism and precision. The Stoics did not fantasize about easy outcomes. They rehearsed their reactions to the worst possibilities. They imagined being insulted, being betrayed, being met with failure, and they conditioned their response to remain undisturbed. They did not avoid the thought of difficulty. They faced it head-on and trained themselves to greet it with calm. This is the true power of Stoic visualization. It removes the element of surprise. It ensures that when difficulty arises, the mind is not caught off guard. One of the most effective methods is to visualize the next day in advance. Instead of letting the mind drift into random thoughts, it is directed with intention. It runs through the expected challenges, the moments of potential frustration, the interactions that may require patience. And then, in each situation, it is trained to respond as a Stoic would, with clarity, with control, with complete detachment from emotional impulses. This is not done to predict the future, but to remove the mind's tendency to react impulsively. When the next day arrives, there is no hesitation. The mind has already been there. It already knows what to do. Repetition is what makes visualization powerful. A single night of mental rehearsal will not reshape years of conditioning, but when done consistently, the effects are profound. Just as a musician practices their instrument, just as a fighter trains their reflexes, the Stoic trains their mind. They do not leave their resilience to chance. They forge it, they shape it, they build it until it becomes their natural state. Sleep is often seen as passive, but for the Stoic, it is an opportunity. The body rests, but the mind is still absorbing, still learning, still setting itself for the next day. Those who do not use this time intentionally find themselves trapped in the same patterns, reacting to life as they always have. But those who use visualization to rehearse resilience wake up with a different experience. They do not fear adversity because they have already faced it in their mind. They do not react with emotion because they have already trained themselves to remain steady. Their preparation is their freedom. Most people try to change their reactions in the moment, but this is ineffective. By the time a challenge arises, the mind has already defaulted to its strongest habits. The only way to change those habits is through consistent, deliberate training. The person who visualizes patience every night becomes patient. The person who rehearses strength becomes strong. The person who mentally experiences hardship in advance is unshaken when it finally comes. The brain processes visualization the same way it processes real experiences. This is why mental rehearsal can be just as effective as actual practice in developing skills. A person who envisions themselves responding with composure builds the same neural pathways as if they had done it in real life. The mind, when given repeated exposure to resilience, begins to operate from resilience automatically. This is why Stoic visualization is not just about seeing an idealized version of oneself. It is about embedding strength so deeply into the mind that it becomes impossible to be anything else. Each night, the choice is presented. Let the mind wander, reinforcing old habits, strengthening unnecessary fears, deepening reactions that do not serve or take control. Direct the mind toward what is useful. Train it in detachment, in patience, in endurance. Rehearse strength until it no longer needs to be forced, until it simply is. This is how a person becomes unshakable, not through hope, not through chance, but through deliberate intentional training, night after night, until resilience is no longer something to be reached for. It is something that exists naturally, unshaken, unwavering, already prepared for whatever comes next. Resilience is built in the quiet hours before sleep, not in the moments of crisis. The mind that has rehearsed strength does not falter when faced with difficulty. The person who has visualized composure does not crumble under pressure. This is the power of conditioning, the ability to train the mind until it naturally responds with calm instead of chaos. But even the most disciplined mind faces a truth that cannot be ignored. Control is an illusion. No amount of preparation can dictate the events of tomorrow. No amount of mental training can alter reality itself. This is the paradox that the Stoics understood better than anyone. True power is not found in control. It is found in acceptance. The more a person tries to force sleep, the more elusive it becomes. The more they resist discomfort, the more it grows. The need for control is the very thing that creates suffering. This is why so many people lie awake, unable to rest. The mind does not settle because it is still grasping, still resisting, still trying to hold on to something that was never in its power to begin with. The Stoics did not fight against what was outside of their influence. They did not demand that the world conform to their expectations. They practiced the ultimate form of strength, letting go. The dichotomy of control is one of the most fundamental Stoic principles. It separates life into two categories: what can be controlled and what cannot. Most people suffer because they do not make this distinction. They waste energy trying to control what is beyond their reach, clinging to outcomes, obsessing over things that no amount of effort will change. The result is frustration, anxiety, and restlessness. The Stoics removed this unnecessary suffering by focusing only on what was within their power, their thoughts, their actions, their perception of events. Everything else was accepted as it was. This applies to sleep in a profound way. The body's ability to rest is not something that can be commanded. It cannot be forced through sheer will. Sleep is a natural process, something that happens when the conditions are right, not when the mind demands it. The person who understands this does not fight against sleeplessness. They do not panic when rest does not come immediately. They do not create unnecessary stress over something they do not control. They accept it, relax into the moment, and allow the body to do what it was designed to do. Most people struggle with sleep not because of physical exhaustion, but because of mental resistance. The racing mind, the endless replay of the day's events, the anticipation of tomorrow's problems, all of these are symptoms of a mind that is trying to control what it cannot. The irony is that the more the mind attempts to seize control, the less peace it finds. The need to manage every detail, to predict every outcome, to force the body into a perfect rhythm. All of this creates tension, and tension is the enemy of rest. The paradox is clear. The more control is released, the more peace is found. Marcus Aurelius faced nights where sleep did not come easily, but he did not allow this to disturb his inner balance. He understood that no amount of frustration would change his body's natural rhythms. He practiced apatheia, the Stoic state of equanimity, by reminding himself that rest would come when it was meant to. The body would recover on its own. He focused only on what was within his influence, his mindset, his response, his ability to accept the moment without resistance. This is why he remained composed. He did not demand that sleep conform to his wishes. He simply allowed it to unfold in its own time. People often believe that they can control their own exhaustion, that by thinking about it enough, they will solve the problem. But thinking does not create sleep. Worrying about being tired does not prevent fatigue. The obsession over how much rest will be achieved only fuels the cycle of insomnia. The more the mind fixates on needing to sleep, the more alert it becomes. The more it stresses over how many hours remain, the more restless it grows. The paradox of control is clear in these moments. Relief only comes when the effort to control is abandoned. The Stoics did not see control as something to be chased. They saw it as something to be understood. They knew that attempting to govern what was never in their hands was the root of suffering. They trained themselves to focus only on what was truly theirs: their perspective, their reactions, their discipline in the face of uncertainty. This is why they remained steady, even in discomfort. They did not fight against life. They worked with it, adjusting as needed, always accepting what came their way. The inability to sleep is often linked to the illusion that tomorrow must unfold in a precise way. The mind clings to expectations, fearing that without enough rest, performance will suffer, productivity will decrease, problems will multiply. But none of these fears are guaranteed. The future is always unknown. The only certainty is the present moment, and the more that moment is filled with resistance, the more difficult it becomes to rest. The Stoic approach is not to resist, not to force, not to dwell on what cannot be altered. It is to embrace what is. A person who trains themselves to accept what is outside of their control does not lose sleep over it. They do not waste energy trying to reshape reality. They move with life rather than against it. They see every moment as it is, not as they wish it to be. This is where true peace is found. It is not in bending the world to one's will, but in surrendering to the flow of existence without attachment. The moment sleep becomes an expectation rather than a natural occurrence, it turns into a source of pressure. The moment it is treated as something that must happen in a specific way, the struggle begins. Letting go is the ultimate form of control. Not control in the sense of dominance, but in the sense of mastery over the self. The Stoic who understands this sleeps without fear. They do not measure their rest in numbers. They do not calculate how tired they might be. They do not let their peace be dictated by circumstances. They release the mind from the need to grasp, and in that release they find what they were searching for all along: true rest. The paradox of control is that freedom is found in surrender. Those who chase after certainty, who try to dictate outcomes, who refuse to accept the unknown, remain trapped. Their nights are restless. Their thoughts never settle. Their exhaustion deepens. But those who embrace the truth that not everything needs to be controlled wake up lighter, clearer, and more at peace. The mind no longer fights itself. It no longer clings to expectations that were never guaranteed. It simply exists, flowing with life rather than against it. The key to better sleep is not in more effort, but in less resistance. The body already knows how to rest. It does not need to be micromanaged. The moment the mind understands that control was never necessary, it begins to settle. And when the mind settles, sleep follows naturally. This is the wisdom of the Stoics, not to conquer the night through force, but to surrender to its rhythm, allowing rest to come in its own time, free from fear, free from grasping, free from the illusion that control was ever the answer. Letting go of control does not mean surrendering the mind to randomness. The Stoics understood that peace comes not from manipulating the external world, but from mastering the internal one. This mastery does not stop when the body sleeps. The mind continues to process, interpret, and reinforce its habits even in the depths of unconsciousness. Just as waking life is shaped by thoughts and responses, the dream world reflects the same patterns. If the mind can be trained to remain steady, rational, and disciplined during the day, could it also be trained to remain so at night? Could Stoicism extend into dreams, turning them into a space for deeper mental conditioning? The nature of dreams is often chaotic. The subconscious brings forth unresolved emotions, fragmented memories, and strange scenarios beyond conscious control. But what if those moments could become opportunities for discipline rather than disorder? What if the principles of Stoic thinking, detachment, reason, and acceptance could be applied even within dreams? If the mind accepts Stoic principles deeply enough, they do not remain confined to wakefulness. They become ingrained, shaping responses even when conscious thought is absent. The modern understanding of lucid dreaming suggests that awareness in dreams is possible. If a person recognizes that they are dreaming, they can influence their reactions, choose their responses, and shift the course of events within the dream. This aligns closely with Stoic practice. The Stoics trained themselves to maintain composure in the face of chaos, to see events with clarity rather than emotion, and to control only what was within their power. If this training is strong enough, it does not stop when the eyes close. The same discipline that governs waking thoughts begins to shape dream experiences. A person who practices resilience while awake may find that their dreams reflect the same steadiness. Where once there may have been nightmares filled with fear, there is now an ability to remain calm. Where once the subconscious replayed anxieties uncontested, there is now the capacity to challenge them. If the mind can be conditioned to respond rationally during the day, it can be conditioned to do the same at night. Dreams then become not just reflections of thought, but an extension of mental training. The Stoics did not write about lucid dreaming explicitly, but their teaching suggests that mental conditioning was meant to extend beyond conscious moments. Marcus Aurelius wrote that habits shape character. The thoughts repeated daily become the foundation of identity. If this is true in wakefulness, it is equally true in sleep. The mind continues to refine what it has practiced. If it has been trained in discipline, it will express discipline. If it has been trained in fear, it will express fear. This is why intentional mental rehearsal matters. The subconscious does not distinguish between what is real and what is imagined. It responds to whatever is given the most attention. A person who repeatedly envisions themselves reacting with composure builds a neural pathway for that reaction. Over time, this response becomes instinctual, appearing not only in conscious situations, but also in unconscious ones. The ability to maintain clarity in a dream is no different from the ability to maintain clarity in a moment of crisis. Both require conditioning. Lucid dreaming has been studied for its ability to increase self-awareness. Those who regularly experience it often report greater emotional stability and problem-solving ability in waking life. This suggests that what happens in dreams is not separate from reality. it is part of the same mental framework. Training within a dream reinforces training outside of it. A person who learns to remain calm within a nightmare is more likely to remain calm in real-world stress. A person who can observe a dream without being overwhelmed by it strengthens their ability to observe waking life without losing perspective. The process of training the mind to think stoically in dreams begins with reinforcing Stoic principles throughout the day. If rational thinking is practiced consistently, it becomes second nature. If detachment from emotion is reinforced, it carries over into all mental states. The goal is not to force control over dreams, but to make Stoic thought so ingrained that it manifests even when the conscious mind is at rest. The same way an athlete's muscle memory allows them to perform without thinking, the Stoics' mental conditioning allows them to remain steady even in the dream world. One way to strengthen this training is through pre-sleep affirmations and visualization. If the last thoughts before sleep are centered on resilience, clarity, and detachment, the subconscious absorbs them. These thoughts then influence dream content, shaping how the mind reacts within dreams. If a person repeatedly tells themselves that they will remain calm no matter what they face, this mindset begins to take root. Over time, this carries over into dreams, where they naturally respond with the same composure they have cultivated in waking life. Another technique is dream journaling. Writing down dreams immediately upon waking helps uncover patterns in subconscious thought. If certain themes of fear, anger, or attachment appear frequently, they reveal areas where Stoic principles have not yet fully taken hold. Recognizing these patterns allows a person to focus their training more precisely. If certain scenarios in dreams consistently trigger emotional responses, those scenarios can be visualized in wakefulness, rehearsing a Stoic reaction to them. By practicing detachment during the day, the subconscious begins to integrate it at night. There is also value in viewing dreams as a training ground rather than just random experiences. If the mind treats dreams as real, they can become practice for real-world situations. A person who remains indifferent to an insult in a dream strengthens their ability to do so in life. A person who faces fear in a dream without running from it builds resilience for waking fears. Every moment of consciousness, whether in wakefulness or sleep, is an opportunity for discipline. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that events themselves are neutral. Only perception assigns them meaning. This applies to dreams as well. If a nightmare is treated as something terrible, the mind reacts with fear. If it is treated as an opportunity to observe and strengthen detachment, it loses its power. The Stoic does not fear what is outside of their control, and dreams are no exception. Whether pleasant or unpleasant, they are merely experiences. Their only importance is in how they are interpreted. For those who do not experience lucid dreams, the principle remains the same. The goal is not to manipulate dreams, but to train the mind so thoroughly that Stoic reactions occur naturally. Even without full awareness in dreams, mental conditioning ensures that responses align with rational thought. The key is consistency, reinforcing Stoic principles daily so that they become the dominant mode of thinking, regardless of the state of consciousness. Many people wake up feeling disturbed by their dreams, letting them influence their mood and emotions throughout the day. But the Stoic understands that dreams, like waking events, have no inherent power. They are simply thoughts, passing like clouds. They can be observed, analyzed, and then released. A dream does not dictate reality. What matters is how it is processed upon waking. If there is something to be learned, it is taken as a lesson. If there is nothing of value, it is discarded without attachment. The ability to carry Stoicism into dreams is not about control. It is about deep integration. When a philosophy becomes a way of being rather than something consciously applied, it seeps into every aspect of life. A mind that has fully absorbed Stoic principles does not abandon them at night. It continues to operate from the same foundation. It continues to maintain clarity, to detach from unnecessary emotion, to remain indifferent to what it cannot change. Training the mind for resilience does not stop when the body sleeps. It is a continuous process, reinforced through repetition, strengthened through intentional thought. The more consistently Stoic principles are applied in waking life, the more naturally they extend into the subconscious. Whether in dreams or reality, the mind remains steady, untouched by fear, unshaken by chaos. And in that steadiness, there is freedom. Stoic principles do not remain confined to philosophy. They extend beyond ancient texts, shaping modern psychology and influencing techniques designed to improve mental well-being. The mind does not change overnight, and neither do the patterns that disturb sleep. The subconscious carries what it has been trained to hold on to, and if it has not been taught to release worry, to let go of unnecessary fears, and to detach from external events, it continues to reinforce restlessness. Stoicism provides a framework for breaking these patterns, but its methods are not just relics of the past. They have evolved, merging with modern cognitive therapy techniques to create structured approaches for improving sleep and reducing anxiety. Seneca understood the power of reframing thought. He did not view stress as something that had to be endured, but as something that could be controlled by perception. This principle aligns with modern cognitive behavioral therapy, which teaches that emotions do not arise from events themselves, but from how those events are interpreted. The Stoics were practicing cognitive restructuring long before it became a formalized psychological technique. They recognized that the mind is not at the mercy of circumstances. It dictates its own experience based on the thoughts it allows. A person who believes that sleeplessness is catastrophic will experience more stress than someone who sees it as a temporary inconvenience. A person who fears tiredness will find themselves exhausted before the day even begins. These are distortions of thought, not objective truths. Cognitive behavioral therapy for insomnia, CBTI, follows a structured approach to changing the beliefs and behaviors that contribute to sleep difficulties. Its foundation is nearly identical to Stoic practice. Negative automatic thoughts, the core focus of CBT, are the same mental habits that the Stoics sought to dismantle. The belief that I will not be able to function without sleep is challenged in CBT in the same way that a Stoic would challenge any irrational fear. The goal is not to suppress emotions, but to examine them rationally, to see whether they hold truth or whether they are simply distortions created by unchecked mental habits. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that everything is opinion. Thoughts appear automatically, but they do not have to be accepted as truth. If the mind is allowed to run without direction, it creates unnecessary suffering. This is why modern therapy places such emphasis on thought monitoring, a process that involves identifying the beliefs that contribute to stress and replacing them with balanced, realistic alternatives. The Stoics were doing this intuitively, recognizing that most distress is self-created. They trained themselves to detach from reactive thinking, choosing instead to interpret events in ways that did not disturb their inner peace. Sleep disturbances are often fueled by cognitive distortions, Exaggerated thoughts that make restlessness seem worse than it is. Catastrophizing, for example, is a distortion that amplifies the consequences of a situation. A sleepless night becomes a disaster rather than an inconvenience. Seneca would have rejected this thinking outright. He believed that fear was often worse than the thing feared. He reminded himself that most suffering comes not from reality, but from the stories people tell themselves about reality. A person who lies awake convinced that they will be dysfunctional the next day has already set themselves up for failure. Their anxiety ensures that they will feel worse, regardless of how much rest they actually get. CBTI uses techniques that align directly with Stoic exercises. One of these is cognitive diffusion, the practice of distancing oneself from thoughts rather than becoming entangled in them. Instead of identifying with a thought like, "I will never sleep well again," the technique encourages seeing it as just a passing mental event, something that appears and disappears like a cloud in the sky. The Stoics mastered this ability long before modern psychology gave it a name. They saw thoughts as external to the self, observing them without attachment. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that just because a thought arises does not mean it must be believed. A trained mind does not grab onto every passing emotion. It lets them come and go, unaffected. Another major component of CBTI is stimulus control, which is based on the understanding that the brain forms associations with its environment. If the bed becomes a place of stress, the mind begins to associate lying down with wakefulness rather than sleep. This mirrors the Stoic understanding of habit formation. Seneca wrote about how environments influence the mind, warning against allowing negative conditions to become ingrained. If something is repeatedly practiced, whether it is stress in bed or calmness in difficult situations, the brain strengthens that response until it becomes automatic. The goal of stimulus control is to reshape these associations, just as the Stoics reshaped their responses to external events. Behavioral techniques in modern sleep therapy also reflect the Stoic principle of self-discipline. Sleep restriction therapy, for example, limits the time spent in bed to strengthen the body's natural sleep drive. This requires patience and endurance, but it teaches the mind to function without excess anxiety over sleep. Seneca believed that training the mind to tolerate discomfort was the key to resilience. He often practiced voluntary hardship to remind himself that he could endure more than he thought. This mirrors the idea that sleep does not have to be perfect to be effective, and that the mind is capable of adapting to challenges. A core belief in CBTI is that thoughts about sleep influence sleep itself. The more negatively a person views their ability to rest, the more difficult it becomes. The Stoics understood this principle deeply. They trained themselves to see reality without distortion, to remove unnecessary layers of fear and attachment from their perceptions. If sleep did not come, they did not make it worse by resisting it. They did not feed the cycle of stress by reinforcing the belief that rest must happen on demand. They accepted what was outside of their control and focused only on what could be influenced, their own response. Mindfulness, a technique often used in modern therapy, aligns closely with Stoic practice. It involves observing thoughts without judgment, maintaining awareness of the present moment, rather than becoming lost in worries about the past or future. The Stoics practiced this naturally. They did not allow their minds to wander aimlessly into regrets or anticipation. They remained present, focusing only on what could be acted upon. This mindset is essential for sleep. A mind that is preoccupied with what has already happened or what might happen next, is a mind that resists rest. By focusing only on the present moment, tension dissolves. The principle of acceptance, central to both Stoicism and CBT, is the key to reducing nighttime anxiety. Resistance to wakefulness only increases stress. The belief that sleep must come immediately turns into frustration when it does not. But when wakefulness is accepted without panic, the pressure disappears. The body knows how to sleep. It does not need to be controlled. The more the mind releases its grip, the more naturally rest follows. The integration of Stoicism into modern therapy demonstrates that these principles were not just philosophical, they were practical. The way a person thinks about their experiences shapes those experiences. The way they frame their difficulties determines how they handle them. The techniques used today to address insomnia and anxiety are not new discoveries. They are structured applications of what the Stoics already knew: that suffering is largely self-imposed, that thoughts can be trained, and that resilience is built through conscious effort. Seneca wrote that the greatest power is the ability to rule oneself. This is the foundation of both Stoicism and cognitive behavioral therapy. Sleep, like everything else in life, is influenced by the mind's conditioning. The person who has trained their mind to remain steady does not fall into cycles of worry. They do not make restlessness worse by resisting it. They do not allow distorted thoughts to dictate their state. They remain indifferent to what is outside of their control and disciplined in their own responses. The mind is not an enemy. It is a tool, and like any tool, it must be sharpened and refined. The person who masters their thinking masters their sleep. The person who masters their sleep wakes up with clarity. And the person who wakes up with clarity meets the day with strength, unburdened, undisturbed, and fully in control of the only thing that ever mattered, themselves. Mastering the mind is the foundation of mastering sleep. The thoughts that shape reality in waking hours do not disappear when the body rests. They continue to influence, to reinforce, to build patterns that either bring peace or feed anxiety. The intersection of Stoicism and modern psychology reveals that thought patterns are malleable, that suffering is not caused by external events, but by the interpretation of those events. If anxiety over sleep can be dismantled by reason, then so too can the greatest fear of all, the fear of death. For the Stoics, sleep and death were intimately connected. Every night was seen as a rehearsal, a surrender, a moment of detachment from everything held onto during the day. The fear of sleep is often tied to the same illusion that makes people fear death, the illusion of control. The desire to hold on to wakefulness mirrors the desire to hold on to life. The refusal to let go creates resistance. But just as sleep cannot be forced, death cannot be avoided. Both must be accepted. Seneca wrote that each night is a small death, a letting go of the world, a fading into the unknown. He did not see this as something to fear. He saw it as a practice, a way of training the mind to release attachment. The person who fears sleep is, in some way, clinging to life too tightly, resisting the natural cycles that govern existence. But the Stoic sees this cycle clearly. They do not panic at the thought of nightfall, just as they do not panic at the thought of their final breath. The mind fears what it does not understand. Death is feared because it is unknown, but the unknown itself is nothing to be afraid of. Before birth, there was nothing. Before consciousness, there was emptiness. And yet, there was no suffering in that state. The Stoics saw no reason to fear returning to it. They viewed life not as something to grasp desperately, but as something to engage with fully while it lasted, without the illusion that it would last forever. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is brief, that existence is nothing but a moment in the vast expanse of time. He did not see this as a reason for despair. He saw it as a reason to live well, to let go of trivial worries, to embrace each day without attachment to the next. He understood that fear of death was wasted energy, just as fear of sleep was unnecessary. The body knows how to rest. The mind only needs to allow it. A person who resists sleep because of anxiety about losing consciousness is practicing the same resistance that makes them fear mortality. The Stoic trains themselves to accept both with grace. They do not see sleep as an interruption of life, but as a natural process, a necessary function of existence. And when they close their eyes, they do so with the understanding that if they wake, they will continue their work, and if they do not, they will have lived as well as they could have. Seneca believed that the constant awareness of mortality was not a burden, but a freedom. It stripped away unnecessary concerns. It removed hesitation. It placed all things in their proper perspective. The fear of losing time is the greatest thief of time. The person who obsesses over their limited days is the person who wastes them. But the one who fully accepts that life is finite, who reminds themselves that tomorrow is never promised, finds clarity. They do not waste time in trivial arguments. They do not hold on to resentment. They do not allow minor discomforts to disturb them. They do not fear sleep, nor anything else that follows. The Stoics prepared for death not by dwelling on it, but by living in a way that made them unafraid of it. Every night was a practice in letting go. They reflected on their day not with guilt or frustration, but with curiosity. They reviewed what had been done, what had been learned, and then, knowing they could change nothing further, they released it. They did not take the weight of the day into their rest. They did not carry unfinished thoughts. They surrendered, just as they would one day surrender their final breath. This perspective brings immense peace. When the mind no longer fears the inevitable, it becomes free. The weight that most people carry is not from life itself, but from their refusal to accept its impermanence. The one who understands this does not suffer under the illusion that tomorrow is guaranteed. They do not delay what matters. They do not allow small worries to consume them. They sleep deeply, without regret, without anxiety, without resistance. The idea that sleep is a mini-death is not meant to create fear, but to create acceptance. It is a reminder that each night there is an opportunity to practice letting go, to train the mind to detach from what is unnecessary. If sleep is a small rehearsal for the final moment, then it should be approached with the same calm. The person who sleeps without fear sleeps well. The person who closes their eyes without regret wakes up with clarity. Death and sleep are not interruptions. They are part of the natural order. Fighting them only creates suffering. Accepting them brings peace. The Stoics mastered this understanding, and in doing so, they freed themselves from the cycle of fear that consumes so many. They saw rest as necessary, detachment as wisdom, and mortality as neither tragic nor avoidable, but simply part of the structure of existence. The mind that accepts death sleeps without disturbance. The mind that lets go of control finds deeper rest. The person who no longer fears what is beyond them walks through life with a lightness that others will never know. And this is where real freedom begins, not in trying to hold on to more time, but in using the time that exists without fear, without hesitation, and without the burden of what was never meant to be controlled. Letting go of the illusion of control creates a rare kind of freedom. The mind that does not fear the inevitable, that does not resist the natural cycles of life, sleeps deeply. There is no grasping, no desperation, no need to fight against what cannot be changed. This shift in perception is not about ignoring reality. It is about seeing it with absolute clarity. But letting go is only one side of the equation. The mind must not only detach from what does not serve it, but also be trained to hold on to what does. The Stoics did not stop at releasing worry. They actively built a mindset that turned every moment into a lesson, every challenge into an opportunity, every day into something worth appreciating. This is why they practiced gratitude, not as a shallow exercise, but as a fundamental way of seeing the world. Gratitude, to the Stoics, was not a passive feeling. It was a discipline, a trained perspective, a deliberate effort to recognize what is already present instead of obsessing over what is missing. The restless mind, the mind that struggles to sleep, is often the mind that fixates on lack. It replays mistakes. It dwells on what did not go according to plan. It focuses on what is absent, on what could have been better, on what has been lost. This creates an internal environment of tension, dissatisfaction, and perpetual striving. The mind that trains itself in gratitude does the opposite. It redirects attention to what has already been given, to what is still present, to what remains within reach. It removes the illusion that something is missing, that something more is needed before peace can be found. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily of the gifts he had been given, his teachers, his experiences, his ability to reason. He did not wait for gratitude to arise naturally. He cultivated it. He listed what he was thankful for, not just in moments of success, but especially in moments of difficulty. He did this because he understood that the mind is shaped by what it repeatedly focuses on. If it focuses on what is missing, lack becomes its default state. If it focuses on what is present, abundance becomes its reality. Seneca took this further by emphasizing the importance of seeing even hardships as gifts. He believed that fortune, whether good or bad, was always giving something valuable. A struggle was an opportunity to strengthen character. A loss was a reminder of impermanence, making what remains even more precious. A setback was training, preparing the mind to handle greater adversity with ease. He understood that gratitude is not about waiting for perfect conditions. It is about reframing the conditions that exist. This practice becomes especially powerful before sleep. The final thoughts of the day shape the subconscious. If the mind is left to wander toward worry, resentment, or regret, those emotions will settle deeper, reinforcing themselves overnight. If, instead, the last moments before sleep are spent identifying what was good, what was meaningful, what was worth appreciating, the mind absorbs those patterns instead. This is why pre-sleep gratitude journaling is not just a modern wellness trend. It is a Stoic technique for reconditioning perception. Writing down what has been appreciated throughout the day forces the mind to break its default habit of focusing on problems. It trains it to scan for value, for moments of meaning, for lessons hidden in difficulty. At first, this may feel unnatural, especially for those who have spent years viewing life through the lens of dissatisfaction. But over time, the shift becomes automatic. The mind that once defaulted to complaint begins to default to appreciation. The mind that once ended the day dwelling on lack now ends it recognizing abundance. Gratitude for the Stoics was not dependent on external circumstances. It was not about waiting for something extraordinary to happen. It was about recognizing that what is ordinary is already enough. The ability to breathe, to think, to experience the present moment. These are all gifts that are often overlooked until they are taken away. The person who trains themselves to notice them while they still exist does not fall into the trap of always needing more. One of the most effective ways to practice Stoic gratitude journaling is to focus on 3 specific areas. The first is lessons learned. Every day provides insight, even when things do not go as planned. What challenge was faced? What reaction arose? What can be improved upon? Writing these things down removes the tendency to see difficulties as meaningless suffering. It turns them into stepping stones for growth. Seneca often reminded himself that hardship was a privilege, that those who had the opportunity to build strength through adversity were more fortunate than those who never faced struggle at all. The second focus is what remains. Loss is inevitable, but there is always something left. Instead of focusing on what is gone, the Stoic mind shifts to what is still within reach. What relationships exist? What abilities remain? What opportunities are still possible? This shift prevents the mind from becoming trapped in regret. It ensures that attention is placed where it can be used, rather than on what can no longer be changed. The third is small moments of joy. These are often ignored because the mind is conditioned to seek something greater. But the Stoic trains themselves to find contentment in what is simple: a conversation, a moment of stillness, a task completed with focus. The mind that appreciates these things does not fall into the illusion that happiness is always somewhere else. It finds it in the present. Gratitude does not erase difficulty, nor does it create a false sense of optimism. It simply adjusts perception to recognize what is already there. The person who ends their day listing what was good does not deny that challenges exist. They simply refuse to let those challenges define the entire experience. They create balance, ensuring that struggle is not the only thing carried into sleep. This practice also removes the need for comparison. Many struggles arise not from personal hardship, but from measuring life against someone else's. The belief that someone else has more, has achieved more, has been given better circumstances, creates unnecessary suffering. The Stoics rejected this way of thinking entirely. They understood that each person's path is unique, that there is no value in wishing for another's life. The only thing that matters is how one responds to their own. Gratitude journaling reinforces this mindset by directing attention inward, away from comparison, toward what is already present. The connection between gratitude and sleep is deeply rooted in both psychology and philosophy. A mind that feels deprived does not rest easily. A mind that recognizes abundance does not grasp for more. It settles. It relaxes. It understands that what has been given is enough, that what was learned today will serve tomorrow, that there is no need to end the day with resentment or lack. Pre-sleep gratitude journaling is not about forcing positive thoughts. It is about training perception to see reality as it is, not through a filter of dissatisfaction, not through a lens of wanting more, but with the clarity that comes from understanding that life itself is already a gift. The person who builds this habit does not just sleep better. They wake up with a mind that is primed for resilience, for contentment, for moving through the world without the burden of always believing something is missing. The greatest power is not in having more. It is in knowing that what exists is enough. The mind that masters this truth is free. It does not chase. It does not cling. It does not fall into the illusion that peace will come when something else is gained. It already has everything it needs. And this realization, more than anything else, is what allows sleep to come easily, without resistance, without worry, and without the weight of thoughts that serve no purpose. Gratitude shapes perception. The mind that recognizes abundance does not dwell on what is missing, does not carry unnecessary burdens, does not grasp for more in restless dissatisfaction. But recognizing what is valuable is only part of the equation. The ability to hold that recognition in a steady mind is what creates lasting peace. Without stillness, gratitude is fleeting. Without discipline, even the best thoughts are drowned in the noise of distraction. The Stoics understood that true tranquility does not come from external circumstances. It comes from mastery over thought. This mastery is the key to deep sleep. It is the ability to quiet the mind, to detach from the noise of the world, to create a state of stillness that allows the body to rest fully. Marcus Aurelius knew that a restless mind is an untamed mind. It is a mind pulled in 100 directions, reacting to impulses, caught in the trap of endless stimulation. He trained himself to observe his thoughts without being ruled by them. He understood that just because a thought appears does not mean it must be followed. He saw mental stillness as the foundation of strength. A person who can quiet their thoughts at will is a person who cannot be controlled by external forces. They are unshaken by distractions, undisturbed by worry, free from the mental noise that keeps so many trapped in a cycle of stress. The inability to sleep is rarely a physical problem. The body knows how to rest. It is the mind that prevents it. A mind that has not been trained remains restless. It clings to the day's worries. It replays conversations. It anticipates future concerns. It does not know how to let go. Sleep requires the ability to release thought, to shift from effort to surrender, from doing to being. This is why stillness is not just beneficial, it is necessary. Marcus Aurelius practiced stillness not by avoiding the world, but by controlling his response to it. He did not shut himself away in silence. He ruled an empire. He faced conflict, responsibility, and constant demand. But in the midst of this, he maintained an internal quiet. He saw no benefit in being swept away by emotions, in being ruled by reaction, in letting external events dictate his inner state. He cultivated stillness because he understood that without it, the mind becomes a prisoner of everything that happens around it. A tranquil mind does not mean an empty mind. It does not mean suppressing thoughts or forcing quiet through effort. It means directing attention with intention. It means recognizing when thoughts are unhelpful and letting them pass without attachment. It means knowing when to engage and when to step back. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to pause before reacting, to create space between stimulus and response. This is the essence of stillness, the ability to remain steady, to resist being pulled into unnecessary thought, to maintain composure even in the face of chaos. Deep sleep is not something that can be forced. It is something that happens when the mind is no longer resisting. The harder a person tries to sleep, the more elusive it becomes. This is because effort is the opposite of relaxation. The mind that is trying to sleep is the mind that is still grasping, still active, still holding on. The Stoics approached this problem by focusing on indifference, not in the sense of not caring, but in the sense of not being attached to outcomes. Sleep will come when it comes. The body will rest when it is ready. The mind does not need to interfere. The moment this is accepted, tension dissolves. A practical method for cultivating stillness before bed is to practice mental distancing. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was not his thoughts. He observed them from a distance, recognizing that they did not define him. This approach creates a sense of separation from mental noise. Instead of being consumed by a thought, a person sees it as something external, something that can be acknowledged and then released. This technique allows the mind to slow naturally, rather than being caught in an endless cycle of analysis and reaction. Breath control was another tool used by the Stoics to quiet the mind. They understood that the body and mind are not separate. A restless mind creates shallow breathing. A steady breath creates a steady mind. Slowing the breath sends a signal to the nervous system that there is no need for alertness, no need for defense, no need for the mind to remain on high alert. The simple act of controlling the rhythm of the breath can shift the body into a state of deep relaxation without effort. Marcus Aurelius also used perspective shifts to remove unnecessary mental noise. He reminded himself of the vastness of the universe, of the insignificance of daily worries in the grand scheme of time. He saw no reason to hold on to small disturbances, no reason to let fleeting concerns steal his inner stability. This ability to zoom out, to detach from the immediate, to see life from a higher vantage point, allowed him to let go with ease. The person who can do this before sleep does not stay trapped in small thoughts. They release them, recognizing that most concerns will be forgotten in time. Another practice of stillness is letting the body lead the mind. A mind that is too active can be influenced by physical stillness. If the body remains completely relaxed, the mind begins to follow. This is why the Stoics practiced voluntary stillness, not just in thought, but in movement. They trained themselves to be at peace in still moments, to sit without fidgeting, to walk without rushing, to exist without always needing action. This conditioning carries into sleep. A person who has trained themselves to be still while awake does not struggle to be still while lying in bed. The problem most people face is that they do not practice stillness during the day, yet they expect to find it at night. If the mind is constantly stimulated, if it is never given time to slow down, it will not know how to transition into rest. This is why Marcus Aurelius emphasized intentional moments of stillness throughout the day. Even in the midst of responsibility, he created pauses. He stepped back mentally, he reset his focus, he maintained control over his internal state. He did not let the world dictate his mind's activity. This discipline made sleep effortless. His mind was already conditioned to find rest. Stillness is a skill. It is not something that happens automatically. It must be cultivated, reinforced, and strengthened through repetition. The person who practices it daily will find that their sleep becomes deeper, their thoughts become lighter, their ability to let go becomes second nature. The restless mind is not an unavoidable condition. It is a habit, and like any habit, it can be unlearned. Marcus Aurelius saw sleep as part of life's rhythm, not as a task to be accomplished. He did not fight against it. He did not force it. He understood that the best way to rest was to remove the need for effort, to step back, to allow nature to take its course. This mindset removes stress. It removes the belief that sleep must be perfect, that rest must come in a specific way. It replaces these expectations with acceptance, with trust in the body's wisdom, with the quiet confidence that when the mind is still, sleep will follow. A person who trains themselves in stillness does not struggle to sleep. They close their eyes without tension. Their breath remains slow. Their body remains light. Their thoughts do not pull them into endless loops of analysis. They enter rest the way they move through life, with clarity, with ease, with a mind that is unshaken, untouched by the noise that keeps so many trapped in wakefulness. This is what the Stoics mastered, and it is a mastery that anyone can achieve, not through effort, but through letting go, through understanding that peace is not something to be chased. It is something that is already present, waiting to be recognized. Stillness is the foundation of peace, but true peace is not possible without acceptance. The mind that struggles against what is inevitable, that resists the natural order of things, will never find rest. Deep sleep requires more than relaxation. It requires the ability to release all fear, to detach from the anxieties that keep the mind restless. The deepest fear of all, the one that lingers beneath every sleepless night, every moment of tension, every attempt to control the uncontrollable, is the fear of death. The Stoics did not push this thought away. They did not pretend it was distant. They did not avoid it or distract themselves from it. They met it directly. They sat with it. They meditated on it. They made it part of their daily reflection, not as a morbid fixation, but as a source of clarity. Memento mori, the reminder that life is fleeting, that each breath could be the last, was not meant to create despair. It was meant to remove all unnecessary worry. It was meant to sharpen focus, to eliminate trivial distractions, to ensure that no moment was wasted in the illusion that time was limitless. Nighttime is the perfect time for this reflection. The transition from wakefulness to sleep mirrors the transition from life to death. Each night, the world is released. Consciousness fades. Control disappears. The body surrenders, whether willingly or unwillingly. This daily rehearsal is a gift, a chance to practice the ultimate act of acceptance. The person who can close their eyes without fear, who can embrace rest without resistance, has already begun to master the most difficult of Stoic lessons, the ability to let go completely. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that he was just a small part of a vast and indifferent universe. He saw no reason to cling to what was temporary. He did not fool himself into believing that he would escape the fate that comes for all. He understood that death was not the enemy. Fear of death was. And so he prepared himself not through avoidance, but through direct engagement. He used the thought of mortality as a tool, sharpening his mind, keeping his priorities clear, ensuring that every day was lived fully, without hesitation. The person who reflects on death before sleep doesn't wake up the same. They wake up lighter, clearer, free from unnecessary attachments. They do not waste time in meaningless distractions. They do not dwell on minor inconveniences. They do not put off what must be done. They live fully, not because they hope for endless time, but because they know time is limited. This is the power of memento mori. It does not diminish life. It amplifies it. It makes every action, every decision, every conversation more meaningful. Seneca wrote that to accept death is to remove all fear. The moment a person stops pretending they will live forever, they begin to truly live. They stop waiting. They stop delaying their own happiness. They stop letting small things disturb them. The thought of mortality strips away illusions. It removes the false belief that there will always be more time. It forces a person to ask, if this was my last night, would I be at peace? If the answer is no, then something must change. Many people struggle with sleep not because of physical restlessness, but because of unresolved tension. They carry the weight of unfinished thoughts, of regrets, of unspoken words, of things left undone. But memento mori makes it clear. There is no guarantee of tomorrow. If something must be said, it must be said now. If something must be done, it must be done without delay. When this lesson is fully absorbed, sleep becomes easier. There's no lingering unease. There's no grasping for another chance. Everything that could be done has been done. Some believe that thinking about death before bed would create fear, that it would make rest impossible, but the opposite is true. The person who avoids thinking about death lives in constant low-level anxiety, pretending it does not exist while still being haunted by it. The one who faces it, who meets it head-on, who makes peace with it, does not carry that hidden fear into their rest. They sleep deeply because they have nothing left unresolved. They have already accepted the inevitable. They have removed the resistance that keeps so many trapped in restless nights. The Stoics viewed death as part of nature, no different from birth, no different from the changing of seasons, no different from the setting of the sun. To resist it is to resist reality itself. The rational mind understands this. It does not see value in fearing something that cannot be changed. It does not waste energy on avoidance. It does not let the thought of the future disrupt the present. The one who internalizes this truth becomes free. They do not fear loss because they understand that nothing was ever truly theirs to keep. They do not fear endings because they recognize that everything, including themselves, is part of a larger cycle. Nighttime reflection on memento mori does not need to be complex. It can be as simple as a single question. If I did not wake up, would I be at peace with how I lived today? If the answer is yes, sleep comes without resistance. If the answer is no, then the path forward is clear. The next day must be lived differently, more intentionally, more fully. The connection between mortality and sleep is inescapable. Every night is a reminder that time moves forward, that no day can be relived, that every experience is unique. The Stoic who reflects on this does not fall into despair. They feel gratitude. They recognize the value of what they have. They do not take their time for granted. They do not let life slip past unnoticed. There is also a practical benefit to this reflection. The mind that fixates on small concerns struggles to sleep. But when those concerns are placed in the context of mortality, they lose their power. A disagreement, a delay, an unmet expectation. None of these things matter when viewed through the lens of memento mori. They are temporary. They are meaningless in the face of time. This shift in perspective allows the mind to release them, to let them go, to see them for what they are, small moments in a vast existence, not worth clinging to, not worth losing sleep over. Seneca wrote that a person should live each day as if it were complete in itself, never dependent on what comes next. This is the mindset that makes rest effortless. There is no tension, no unfinished business, no lingering regret. If sleep comes, it comes. If it does not, there is no frustration. There is no fear of what the next day will bring. Because whatever comes, it will be met with the same clarity, the same discipline, the same acceptance. The final moments before sleep are an opportunity. They can be spent in worry, in resistance, in endless overthinking, or they can be spent in reflection, in gratitude, in preparing the mind for deep rest. Memento mori is the tool that ensures the latter. It strips away illusion. It clears the mind of unnecessary attachments. It brings everything into focus. The person who embraces this practice does not wake up weighed down by yesterday. They wake up renewed. They wake up with intention. They wake up knowing that each day is a gift, not something owed, not something guaranteed. And because of this, they live without hesitation. They move through the world with clarity. They do not waste time. They do not fear endings. They do not resist what is beyond their power. They simply live. And when night comes, they rest without struggle, without grasping, without fear, because they know they have already made peace with whatever comes next. Reflecting on mortality strips away illusions, leaving only what truly matters. The person who has made peace with death does not waste time clinging to trivial concerns, does not fear what they cannot control, does not let their mind be consumed by what is already gone or what has yet to come. This clarity is not just about how one lives, it determines how one rests. A mind that does not carry unnecessary burdens sleeps easily. A mind that does not resist the natural flow of time does not stay trapped in regret or worry. But knowing this is not enough. It must be practiced. It must become second nature. And this is where the Stoics turn to their greatest tool, presence. Most people struggle with sleep not because their bodies are restless, but because their minds are elsewhere. They are caught between two places that do not exist anymore or do not yet exist. One foot in the past, replaying mistakes, reliving failures, wishing things had been different. The other foot in the future, anticipating problems, imagining worst-case scenarios, worrying about things that may never happen. This is the root of insomnia. Not what is happening now, but what the mind refuses to release. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that the present moment is the only thing a person ever truly has. The past cannot be changed. The future is beyond control. The only thing within reach is now. Dwelling on what has been is wasted effort. Trying to predict what will come is illusion. The only rational way to live and to sleep is to train the mind to remain where it belongs. But this does not happen automatically. The mind is conditioned to seek what is missing, to latch on to unresolved thoughts, to replay things endlessly. Stoicism offers a way to break this cycle. The first step is recognizing that rumination is a choice. It feels automatic, but it is not. Thoughts appear, but they do not have to be followed. They do not have to be given power. They do not have to be entertained. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to see thoughts as passing impressions, nothing more. He did not grab onto them, did not wrestle with them, did not let them dictate his state. He observed them and let them go. This is the practice of presence. Not eliminating thought, but refusing to be ruled by it. Most people resist the present moment because they believe the past still has something to offer. They believe that if they replay an event enough times, they will find a way to change it, a way to make sense of it, a way to rewrite what can't be rewritten. But the past is closed. It is already written. Nothing that happens in the mind can alter what has already passed. Seneca called this kind of thinking a sickness. He believed that a person who constantly replays old pain is choosing to suffer twice, once when the event happened, and again every time they relive it. A person who wishes the past were different is arguing with reality itself, and reality does not change. Letting go of the past does not mean forgetting it. It means extracting the lesson, taking whatever wisdom it offers, and then releasing the rest. A mistake made yesterday is only useful if it changes how one acts today. A regret is only valuable if it leads to better decisions in the present. Anything beyond that is wasted thought. It serves no purpose. It does not undo what has happened. It only keeps a person trapped in an endless loop of suffering. The same is true of the future. The mind clings to it because it craves certainty, because it wants to feel in control. But control is an illusion. No one has ever predicted exactly how their life would unfold. No one has ever been able to command what will come next. A person can prepare. They can make intelligent decisions. They can act with wisdom. But beyond that, they have no power over what will happen. The Stoic accepts this. They do not live in fear of what they cannot see. They do not waste their energy trying to force what is beyond their reach. They remain grounded in what is in front of them. The practice of presence is not just about understanding these truths. It is about applying them. It is about noticing when the mind begins to wander and bringing it back. It is about catching thoughts before they spiral, stopping them before they gain momentum. It is about returning again and again to what is real, what is now, what is within reach. One of the simplest ways to cultivate this skill before sleep is through mental labeling. When a thought appears about the past, it is labeled not real, already gone. When a thought appears about the future, it is labeled not real, not yet here. This practice reminds the mind that it is focusing on something intangible, something outside of the present moment. It is a way of interrupting the automatic loop of worry and bringing attention back to what is real. Another practice is grounding through the senses. The Stoics were deeply aware of the connection between the mind and the body. They understood that the mind follows where the attention goes. When the mind is caught in thought, attention is turned inward, lost in abstract ideas. But when attention is brought to physical sensation, it returns to the present. The feeling of the breath moving in and out, the weight of the body against the bed, the sounds in the room, the coolness of the air. These small details anchor the mind. They break the habit of drifting into worry. They create stillness without force. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that life happens one moment at a time. No one lives in years or months or even days. They live in single breaths, single decisions, single actions. Sleep happens the same way. It does not come in hours. It comes in moments of surrender, in letting go of everything except what is now. The mind that clings does not rest. The mind that releases, that stops grasping, that allows itself to be where it is, falls into sleep effortlessly. One of the greatest causes of rumination is the belief that there is always more to figure out, that if the mind just thinks hard enough, just replays things enough times, just examines every possibility, it will find an answer. But this is a trap. Most problems are not solved by overthinking. They are solved by clear action or by time. The mind that ruminates is trying to force clarity where none exists. It is searching for control where there is none. The Stoic lets this go. They do not demand certainty. They do not expect all answers to come immediately. They do what can be done and accept what cannot. Letting go of rumination is not about suppressing thoughts. It is about retraining the mind to see them for what they are, passing movements of the brain, nothing more. They are not commands. They are not urgent. They are not threats. They are just thoughts. They appear. They disappear. They only have power if they are given attention. The person who masters this practice does not waste time fighting their own mind. They do not stay awake replaying what is done. They do not get lost in what-ifs and maybes. They close their eyes with the understanding that life will continue whether they worry about it or not. They do not need to grip the past. They do not need to anticipate the future. They simply rest. And in that rest, they find a kind of freedom that most people will never know. Letting go of unnecessary thoughts is a skill that must be developed through practice. The mind that is constantly pulled into past regrets or future anxieties cannot find rest because it is never where it needs to be. Stoicism teaches the discipline of presence, the ability to remain fully engaged in the current moment without allowing the mind to drift into unnecessary suffering. But understanding this is not enough. The mind cannot be tamed through willpower alone. It must be guided, trained, and directed towards stillness. One of the most powerful tools for achieving this is breath control. The Stoics understood that the body and mind are not separate. A restless mind creates a restless body, and a restless body feeds back into mental agitation. The breath is the bridge between the two. It is both voluntary and involuntary, both automatic and within conscious control. It can be ignored or it can be used as a tool to create calm. Those who learn to harness it gain access to a deeper level of control over their mental state. Most people breathe without awareness. The breath is shallow, fast, unconscious. It follows the rhythm of thoughts, speeding up with stress, tightening with frustration, growing irregular with anxiety. But the Stoic does not allow external events to dictate their inner state. They take control of the breath, and in doing so, they take control of their response to life. Marcus Aurelius trained himself to be indifferent to what was outside of his influence. He did not allow himself to be carried away by impulses, by worry, by the chaos of the world. He kept himself steady. This steadiness was reflected in his breathing. The person who struggles with sleep is often caught in a cycle of tension. Thoughts trigger physiological reactions. The body tightens. The nervous system shifts into alertness. The heart rate increases. The breath becomes short and erratic. This is the same physiological response that occurs in moments of real danger. The mind perceives a threat, even if that threat is only imagined. The body prepares to fight or flee, but no actual danger exists. There is no predator, no crisis, nothing that requires such a response. The body is simply reacting to thought. This is why logical reasoning alone is not always enough to calm the mind. The body must be involved in the process. Stoic breathwork is not about control in the sense of force. It is about regulation. It is about creating conditions where calm is inevitable. The nervous system cannot remain in a heightened state if the breath is slow and deep. The body cannot remain tense if the breath is rhythmic and steady. The mind follows where the breath leads. The breath is a signal. It tells the brain whether to be on guard or to relax. If it remains rapid and shallow, the mind assumes there is something to fear. If it slows, if it deepens, if it becomes smooth, the mind receives the opposite message. It understands that all is well, that it can let go, that nothing is urgent. One of the simplest Stoic breathing techniques involves lengthening the exhale. A longer exhalation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the system responsible for relaxation. When a person inhales, the heart rate naturally speeds up. When they exhale, it slows down. By deliberately extending the out-breath, the nervous system is gently shifted away from stress. This is why sighing is a natural response to relief. It is the body's way of signaling that tension is no longer needed. A practical way to apply this before sleep is to use the 4 to 6 breathing method, inhaling for 4 seconds, exhaling for 6. The numbers are not rigid, but the principle is, the exhalation should always be longer than the inhalation. This creates a gradual slowing of the entire system. The body begins to unwind. The mind starts to detach from its racing thoughts. Nothing needs to be forced. It is simply a process of guiding the body into relaxation, which in turn guides the mind. Seneca emphasized that anxiety is often nothing more than a disturbance of the breath. He believed that agitation of the mind was reflected in shallow, uncontrolled breathing, and that by fixing the breath, one could fix the state of thought. He did not see the breath as separate from mental well-being. He saw it as a direct tool, a way to regulate emotion without having to wrestle with the mind directly. Another powerful Stoic breathing exercise is ratio breathing, where the inhale and exhale are matched to a specific count. This practice forces attention away from intrusive thoughts and onto the present. It interrupts the habit of overthinking. It replaces mental noise with a structured, calming rhythm. A simple ratio to start with is 5-5-5, inhaling for 5 seconds, holding for 5, exhaling for 5. The count can be adjusted based on comfort, but the structure remains the same. The mind is given something steady to focus on, something that replaces the endless loop of thought. A more advanced technique, one that aligns closely with the Stoic principle of detachment, is controlled breath holds. This involves briefly suspending the breath after an exhalation. When done correctly, it creates a sensation of stillness, of complete pause. It is a moment where everything stops: the breath, the thoughts, the movement of the body. In this stillness, the mind experiences a break from its usual activity. The nervous system resets. A sense of calm begins to take over. This practice, often called box breathing, involves inhaling for 4 seconds, holding for 4, exhaling for 4, and holding again for 4 before repeating. It creates stability. It mirrors the Stoic mindset: balanced, composed, unaffected by external noise. The way a person breathes throughout the day determines how they will breathe at night. If the breath is erratic, rushed, shallow during waking hours, it will not suddenly become smooth and deep at bedtime. This is why breathing exercises should not be reserved for sleep alone. They should be incorporated into daily life. Seneca wrote that a person should train their mind continuously, not only in moments of distress. The same is true for the breath. If it is regulated consistently, calm becomes the default state. Sleep no longer needs to be chased. It comes naturally. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the fact that the body functions on its own. The heart beats, the lungs expand and contract, the blood flows, all without conscious effort. But just as the mind must be directed to think rationally, the breath must be directed to support peace. Without guidance, it follows external stress. It mirrors the fluctuations of the world. But when it is trained, it becomes an anchor. It creates internal stability, unaffected by what happens outside. Before bed, breathwork can serve as a transition, a signal to the body that the day is ending, that it is time to release tension, that the mind no longer needs to solve problems. The breath is not just air moving in and out of the lungs. It is a rhythm that can be shaped, a tool that can be used, a way to align with the natural state of relaxation. When used correctly, it is more effective than thought alone. The mind follows the breath. And the person who understands this does not struggle against sleep. They do not try to force it. They allow it to come effortlessly as the body and mind settle into harmony. The greatest lesson the Stoics teach is that peace is not found by chasing it. It is found by removing what gets in the way. The breath is the simplest way to do this. It clears out tension. It quiets the nervous system. It reminds the body that there is no danger, no reason to remain alert, no reason to hold on. It allows sleep to unfold as it should, naturally, without resistance, in complete stillness. Mastering the breath creates a bridge to deeper stillness, but stillness alone is not enough to cultivate true resilience. The mind that is always seeking comfort, that avoids discomfort at all costs, that relies on external ease to create inner peace, is a fragile mind. It is dependent, vulnerable, and easily shaken. Stoicism does not teach avoidance. It teaches strength, and strength is not developed in perfect conditions. It is built through challenge, through controlled adversity, through intentional hardship. This is why the Stoics did not merely endure discomfort when it came. They sought it out. They trained themselves to remain steady in the face of difficulty, to strip away the illusion that comfort is necessary for peace. Modern life revolves around making everything easier, softer, more convenient. Beds are engineered for maximum comfort. Temperatures are regulated. Every discomfort is met with an instant solution. But ease does not create strength. A person who has never felt the cold, who has never gone without, who has never faced voluntary hardship, will struggle when real adversity arrives. This is why the Stoics, particularly those who came from military backgrounds, deliberately introduced difficulty into their lives. They did not seek suffering for its own sake. They understood that without challenge, the mind weakens, that a life of constant softness makes a person fragile, both physically and mentally. Seneca would sleep on the ground from time to time, not because he had no other option, but because he wanted to remind himself that he could endure it. He believed that those who only experience luxury become slaves to it, that a person who never experiences discomfort begins to fear it. By exposing himself to controlled hardship, he removed that fear. He trained his body to tolerate discomfort and his mind to detach from the idea that comfort was necessary for happiness. The lesson was simple. If a person can sleep without the best conditions and still wake up with strength, they are free. But if they believe they need everything to be perfect to function well, they are trapped. Marcus Aurelius, as emperor, could have surrounded himself with the finest comforts. He did not. He lived simply, trained his body to endure hardship, and kept his mind disciplined. He did not allow himself to become dependent on excess. He understood that those who train themselves in adversity are always prepared. They do not crumble when things become difficult. They do not fall apart when ease is taken away. The Roman soldiers who followed Stoic principles lived by these same ideas. They marched for miles in heavy armor, slept on rough ground, and ate whatever was available. They did not expect comfort. They did not complain about conditions. They saw hardship as a natural part of life, not something to be avoided, but something to be embraced. This conditioning made them stronger, not just in battle, but in every aspect of life. The person who is trained in discomfort doesn't panic when comfort disappears. They do not believe that hardship is unbearable. They have already faced it. They have already survived it. Modern life has removed most opportunities for this kind of training. Everything is designed to minimize effort, to reduce struggle, to keep people as comfortable as possible at all times. But this has created a paradox. People have more comfort than ever before, yet they are more anxious, more restless, more dissatisfied. This is because comfort does not bring peace. It only brings dependence. A person who has never slept without a perfect mattress, without climate control, without their ideal conditions, will find themselves disturbed when even the smallest thing is out of place. They will not know how to adapt. They will not know how to function when things are less than ideal. The Stoics understood that true peace comes from being able to endure anything, from training the mind to remain steady regardless of conditions. This is why voluntary discomfort was part of their practice. They would sleep on hard surfaces, expose themselves to cold, eat simple meals, not because they enjoyed suffering, but because they wanted to remain in control of their own minds. They refused to let comfort dictate their happiness. The modern equivalent of this practice is not about seeking misery, but about removing unnecessary dependence. A person who chooses to sleep in less than ideal conditions from time to time, who trains themselves to be comfortable in discomfort, is teaching their mind and body a crucial lesson. They are proving to themselves that their peace does not come from their environment, that they do not need everything to be perfect to function well, that they are stronger than their comforts. There is also a deeper level to this practice: gratitude. A person who has never gone without does not appreciate what they have. The one who has spent a night on the ground values their bed more. The one who's experienced hunger values food more. The Stoics believed that people must expose themselves to the absence of comfort in order to truly see its worth. Seneca wrote that those who live in excess are blind to what they have, that they take their comforts for granted and always seek more. But the person who has experienced discomfort does not fall into this trap. They see clearly. They appreciate the simple things. They do not demand luxury to be content. The connection between voluntary discomfort and sleep is direct. A person who trains themselves to sleep in different conditions, who removes the belief that rest requires perfect circumstances, will find that they sleep more in all situations. They are not disturbed by minor inconveniences. They do not believe they need a perfect setup to get a good night's sleep. They have trained their body and mind to rest regardless of conditions. This is not about self-punishment. It is about freedom. The person who cannot sleep without ideal conditions is not free. They are a prisoner to their environment. But the one who has trained in discomfort, who has learned to rest even in imperfect situations, is unshaken. They do not lose sleep over minor discomforts. They do not panic when things are not exactly how they want them. They have conditioned themselves to be resilient. The lesson the Stoics teach is simple but powerful. True peace does not come from external conditions. It comes from within. A person who learns to sleep anywhere, who is not dependent on external perfection, who does not demand ease at all times, is a person who cannot be broken by discomfort. They do not suffer over things that do not matter. They do not waste time seeking what they do not need. They are free, and this freedom, more than any luxury, is what creates real rest, real strength, real peace. Comfort is not a reliable path to resilience. The mind that depends on ease is fragile, vulnerable to every small inconvenience. Training in voluntary discomfort is not about suffering for the sake of suffering. It is about removing the belief that peace depends on external conditions. Those who master this do not crumble when life is harsh. They do not lose sleep over minor discomforts. They know they can endure, not because they have never faced hardship, but because they have. This kind of preparation extends beyond physical conditions. It applies just as much to the way the mind handles fear, uncertainty, and anxiety. Nighttime anxiety thrives on uncertainty. The mind races, playing out worst-case scenarios, grasping for control over things that cannot be controlled. The Stoics had a direct way of dealing with this. They did not push these thoughts away. They invited them in. They trained their minds to confront the worst, not to dwell in fear, but to rob fear of its power. This is the practice of negative visualization, deliberately contemplating what could go wrong, not as an act of self-sabotage, but as a way of stripping fear down to its core. Most people try to suppress anxious thoughts, telling themselves not to think about worst-case scenarios, hoping that by ignoring them, they will disappear. But avoidance does not create peace. It only makes fears grow in the background, feeding the mind's tendency to exaggerate threats. The Stoics understood that the only way to weaken fear was to face it, to see it clearly, to mentally walk through the worst and realize that even if it happened, it would not be the end. Seneca believed that much of human suffering comes not from actual events, but from anticipation. The mind imagines misfortune long before it arrives, creating stress over things that may never happen. But if a person deliberately visualizes hardship, if they take the time to think through potential losses, failures, and struggles, something shifts. Fear turns into familiarity. The unknown becomes known. The mind no longer reacts with panic because it has already walked the path of difficulty and survived it in thought. This practice is especially powerful before sleep because nighttime anxiety is often fueled by the unknown. The mind tries to prepare for problems, but does so in an uncontrolled way, cycling through endless possibilities without resolution. Negative visualization turns this random worry into structured preparation. It gives fear a shape. It allows the mind to explore hardship without emotional reactivity. Marcus Aurelius used this method to keep himself steady. He reminded himself daily that everything he had could be taken away: his position, his health, his relationships. Not because he was pessimistic, but because he wanted to be ready. He wanted to face life without illusion, without attachment to comfort, without the belief that he was immune to loss. By doing this, he built an unshakable mind. When challenges came, they did not break him. He had already faced them in his thoughts. He had already accepted them. Applying this before sleep can remove the grip of anxiety. Instead of letting the mind spiral aimlessly, a person can guide it. They can ask, what is the worst that could happen? They can walk through it rationally, seeing not just the hardship, but their ability to endure it. This practice does not create suffering. It reduces it. It strips away the vague, overwhelming nature of fear and replaces it with clarity. Most people fear things in the abstract. They fear loss, but do not define what loss means. They fear failure, but do not consider what it would actually look like. Negative visualization forces specificity. It asks, what exactly am I afraid of? And then, what would I do if it happened? This process shifts the mind from passive worry to active problem solving. It removes the helplessness that comes with anxiety. Seneca taught that once a person has visualized loss, they become less afraid of it. They no longer see it as something unbearable. They see it as something they could face, adapt to, and survive. This makes their mind lighter. They stop holding on to things with desperation. They stop fearing change. They become resilient, not because they believe nothing bad will happen, but because they know that if it does, they will not be destroyed by it. This mindset directly impacts sleep. Anxiety about the future is one of the biggest causes of restlessness. If the mind is constantly trying to predict, prepare, and control what cannot be controlled, it will never settle. But if it has already faced its greatest fears, if it has already walked through the worst-case scenario and emerged intact, then there is nothing left to fight against. The mind can rest. Negative visualization can be done in different ways. Some prefer to simply reflect on potential hardships, examining them from a rational perspective. Others find it helpful to write them down, listing fears and then countering them with reason. Another method is to deliberately recall past difficulties that were overcome, reminding the mind that survival is not a question of perfect circumstances, but of adaptability. The goal is not to create distress, but to remove the power that distress has over the mind. The modern world teaches people to avoid discomfort at all costs, to seek reassurance, to suppress thoughts of failure and loss. But this creates fragility. It creates a mind that cannot cope with difficulty because it has never been trained to do so. The Stoics built strength by preparing for hardship. They visualized loss not to dwell in sadness, but to free themselves from attachment, to remove the illusion that comfort was permanent, to develop the kind of resilience that does not depend on external stability. This practice also cultivates gratitude. A person who has considered what it would be like to lose everything they have does not take it for granted. They do not sleep in worry about what might be lost. They sleep with appreciation for what is still present. Negative visualization is not just about hardening the mind. It is about sharpening perspective, about recognizing that everything is temporary, that every moment of peace should be valued rather than expected. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that even emperors lose everything, that wealth, power, status, security, none of it is permanent. If this is true, then fearing loss is pointless. If it comes, it comes. If it does not, then the time spent worrying about it was wasted. The wise person does not live in fear of what could be taken. They live fully in what is given, knowing that change is inevitable, but suffering over that change is optional. Training the mind in this way before sleep ensures that the subconscious is not left to its own chaotic patterns. It replaces random fear with structured acceptance. It shifts focus from helplessness to preparation. It removes the belief that rest can only come when everything is certain, and replaces it with the understanding that certainty is never needed. The person who masters this does not wake up in fear. They wake up ready. They do not move through the day bracing for disaster, but with the quiet confidence that whatever comes, they will endure. They do not waste energy resisting what cannot be stopped. They do not lose sleep over things that have not yet happened. They meet life head-on, prepared, unafraid, steady. And when the time comes to close their eyes, they do so with the kind of peace that only comes from knowing that no matter what the future holds, they are already strong enough to face it. Facing fears before sleep weakens their grip. The mind that has already visualized difficulty, prepared for loss, and accepted uncertainty does not fall into panic at night. It does not cycle through endless worries, trying to control what is uncontrollable. It understands that fear is a distortion, that the worst-case scenario is rarely as catastrophic as it first appears, that whatever comes can be handled. But mental strength is not built in a single moment. It is cultivated through practice, through habit, through consistent effort to align the mind with reason rather than emotion. And this is why the Stoics believed in daily reflection, in structured exercises that train the mind to remain clear, focused, and unshaken. A nightly Stoic prayer is not about asking for favors or expecting the universe to rearrange itself for comfort. It is about grounding the mind in what matters. It is about reviewing the day with honesty, recognizing what was done well and what could be improved, reinforcing the lessons learned, and preparing for sleep with a clear conscience. It is an act of discipline, a ritual that ensures the day does not end in chaos, but in clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his journal not to impress others, not to record external events, but to remind himself of what was true. He reflected on his actions, on his thoughts, on whether he had lived according to his principles. He did not do this to dwell on mistakes or to indulge in guilt. He did it to improve, to ensure that each day was a step forward in character. This kind of practice is not about punishment, it is about growth. The person who does this does not carry unresolved tension into sleep. They release it. They do not allow the weight of unfinished thoughts to linger in their mind. They process them, learn from them, and then let them go. A nightly Stoic meditation can take many forms. Some may choose to write, putting their reflections onto paper as a way of making their thoughts tangible. Others may simply sit in silence, reviewing the day mentally, noting where they upheld their values and where they fell short. The structure does not matter as much as the consistency. The mind that is trained to reflect daily does not accumulate the unnecessary weight that burdens most people. It does not avoid self-examination. It faces itself honestly, without self-condemnation, without excuses, without distortion. Seneca believed that reflection was one of the most powerful tools for self-improvement. He encouraged reviewing every action, every interaction, every emotional response to see whether it was aligned with wisdom. This practice is not about perfection, it is about awareness. The person who reflects deeply does not repeat the same mistakes. They do not wake up every day caught in the same patterns, reacting in the same ways, trapped in the same habits. They grow, not through external change, but through internal mastery. A nightly prayer or meditation can also serve as a reminder of impermanence. The Stoics did not assume they would wake up the next day. They did not take time for granted. This awareness did not make them fearful. It made them grateful. It ensured that they lived fully, that they did not postpone what mattered, that they did not waste their hours in trivial concerns. Before sleep, they acknowledged the possibility that the day just lived could be the last. This reflection sharpened their perspective. It removed any sense of entitlement to time. It made them value what they had, rather than worrying about what they did not. Another key aspect of Stoic reflection is detachment from external events. Many people lose sleep not because of personal failure, but because of things outside their control. They dwell on what others said, on outcomes they cannot influence, on external circumstances that have already passed. This is wasted effort. A nightly meditation on control and acceptance removes this tendency. It separates what is within power from what is not. It reinforces the understanding that the only thing that matters is one's own actions, one's own responses, one's own character. Everything else is irrelevant to peace. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that other people's opinions, fortune's changes, and the shifting events of life were beyond his concern. What mattered was how he conducted himself. What mattered was whether he upheld his principles. This is why his reflections were so powerful. They did not focus on things he could not change. They focused on the only thing that was ever his to control, himself. A nightly ritual built on Stoic values creates a mental structure that carries into the next day. The person who ends their night with a clear mind does not wake up burdened. They do not start the morning with unresolved thoughts from the previous day. They wake up ready, unburdened, prepared to act with wisdom. This kind of preparation ensures that life is not lived reactively. It is lived deliberately. Another element of this practice is the reinforcement of virtue. The Stoics did not measure success by wealth, status, or external achievements. They measured it by how closely they lived according to their values. At the end of the day, they did not ask, "Did I succeed?" They asked, "Did I act with courage, with justice, with wisdom, with self-discipline?" If the answer was yes, the day was well spent. If the answer was no, there was work to do. But they did not punish themselves for failure. They simply adjusted their course, ensuring that the next day would be lived better. This is why a structured reflection is so effective. It removes ambiguity. It removes vague feelings of regret or dissatisfaction and replaces them with clear direction. The person who reflects nightly does not fall into cycles of guilt or frustration. They see their mistakes objectively, not as personal failures, but as opportunities to improve. This clarity brings peace. Seneca wrote that the person who reviews their day with honesty does not fear sleep. They do not fear the passage of time. They do not fear death. They have lived intentionally. They have examined themselves. They have made peace with what has been done. And so they sleep well, without tension, without grasping, without the anxiety that comes from unresolved thoughts. A personal nightly Stoic prayer or meditation does not need to be complicated. It simply needs to be consistent. It can be a set of questions asked each night. Did I live according to my values today? Did I allow emotions to control me? Did I act with wisdom or impulse? What can I do better tomorrow? It can be a moment of gratitude, acknowledging what has been given, recognizing what is already enough. It can be a reminder of impermanence, a recognition that nothing is guaranteed, that every moment is borrowed time. It can be a simple acknowledgement that no matter what has happened, the only thing that matters is how one responds. This ritual creates a clean break between the day and the night. It ensures that nothing lingers in the mind that does not serve it. It prepares the subconscious for rest, not by suppressing thoughts, but by resolving them. The person who does this does not wake up feeling lost. They wake up with direction. They do not live mindlessly, repeating the same errors, trapped in the same cycles. They live with purpose. They act with intention. They sleep with a mind that is free from confusion, regret, or doubt. The goal of Stoicism is not just to endure life, but to master it. A nightly reflection is a small but powerful step in this process. It creates a sense of inner order. It strengthens discipline. It removes unnecessary suffering. It makes clear what is within control and what is not. And in doing so, it creates the kind of peace that is not dependent on circumstances, the kind of rest that is not disturbed by passing thoughts, the kind of strength that does not waver in the face of uncertainty. The person who ends each day with reflection does not live in chaos. They live with clarity. And clarity, more than anything else, is what makes true peace possible. Ending each night with reflection clears the mind of unnecessary weight. It removes confusion, settles emotions, and ensures that nothing is carried into sleep that does not serve peace. But reflection alone is not enough. A mind that constantly revisits the past without emotional discipline will still struggle. Without control over reactions, without mastery over impulses, without the ability to regulate emotions, true rest remains elusive. Stoicism teaches that a calm night begins long before the head touches the pillow. It begins with how emotions are handled throughout the day, with whether reason governs action, with whether the mind is ruled by discipline or by impulse. Emotional regulation is the foundation of peace, and peace is the foundation of deep sleep. Most people lose sleep not because of external disturbances, but because of internal unrest. Their mind does not settle because it is unsettled by the day's emotions, anger left unresolved, frustration replayed in loops, stress that was never processed, resentment that lingers. The undisciplined mind carries its emotions into the night, turning them over, replaying conversations, attaching to what cannot be changed. The Stoic mind does not allow this. It meets emotions with reason, processes them when they arise, and releases them before they become burdens. It does not suppress feeling, but it does not let feeling dictate reality. Marcus Aurelius understood that emotional discipline was not about denying emotions, but about training them. He did not ignore anger, but he did not let it control him. He did not avoid disappointment, but he did not let it linger. He approached each feeling with curiosity, examining whether it was useful, whether it was rooted in truth, whether it deserved attention. If it was rational, he addressed it. If it was irrational, he let it go. This practice ensured that by the time he reached the end of the day, there was nothing left unresolved. No emotion was left unexamined. No reaction was left uncorrected. Sleep came easily because the mind was already at peace. Seneca wrote that people suffer more in imagination than in reality. This is because they allow emotions to spiral out of control, to create stories in the mind that do not align with the present moment. The person who does not regulate emotion allows minor inconveniences to turn into great distress, allows temporary frustration to feel like permanent failure, allows fleeting disappointments to shape their entire outlook. But the one who practices control, who steps back from impulse, who does not give in to every emotional reaction, remains steady. They do not waste time in excessive worry. They do not let small moments dictate their mood. They do not let emotions disrupt their ability to rest. Emotional discipline is a skill. It does not happen automatically. It must be developed, reinforced, practiced in small moments so that it holds strong in greater challenges. Most people wait until their emotions are overwhelming before trying to control them. But by then, the storm is already in motion. The Stoic trains before the storm arrives. They regulate small frustrations so that greater difficulties do not shake them. They remain composed in minor irritations so that major conflicts do not consume them. This training starts with awareness. Emotional reactions are often automatic, shaped by habit rather than intention. The first step is noticing them, seeing anger rise before it turns into harsh words, recognizing frustration before it turns into restlessness, identifying stress before it becomes overwhelming. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that external events do not cause suffering, only his interpretation of them does. He knew that emotions were not dictated by circumstances, but by perspective. By adjusting perspective, he adjusted emotion. Before sleep, this practice becomes crucial. A person who does not regulate emotions throughout the day will find them waiting at night. The mind, given space in quiet darkness, will amplify whatever was left unresolved. Stress that was ignored in the morning resurfaces. Anger that was never addressed replays itself. Worry that was dismissed returns with force. This is why the Stoic clears emotions as they arise. They do not store them for later. They do not allow them to accumulate. A simple technique for regulating emotions before bed is questioning them, not suppressing, not indulging, but examining. Is this emotion based on fact or assumption. Does this reaction serve a purpose? Will this matter tomorrow, next week, next year? The mind that engages with emotions in this way does not become their prisoner. It observes them, understands them, and then decides whether they are worth holding on to. Another practice is detachment. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was not his emotions. He observed them as if they belonged to someone else. He did not identify with anger, with fear, with frustration. He saw them as temporary, as passing conditions of the mind, not as defining truths. This detachment creates freedom. It allows emotion to be felt without being followed. It prevents small disturbances from turning into lasting suffering. Breath control also plays a role. The mind and body are linked. A mind caught in stress creates shallow, erratic breathing. A body trained in steady breath sends a message back to the brain that all is well. Regulating the breath before bed calms the nervous system, shifts the body into relaxation, prevents stress from carrying over into sleep. A slow inhale, a long exhale, a rhythmic pattern, these small adjustments quiet both body and mind. The person who masters emotional discipline finds that sleep is not something to struggle for. It comes naturally because the mind is already at ease. They do not lie awake replaying conversations, regretting words, anticipating conflict. They have already addressed what needed addressing. They have already let go of what doesn't matter. They have already separated themselves from emotions that do not serve them. Stoicism does not remove emotion, it refines it. It does not seek to erase feeling, it seeks to direct it toward what is useful, what is rational, what is within control. It removes attachment to suffering, to worry, to regret. It ensures that when night comes, there is no lingering distress, no unresolved tension, no unnecessary burden to carry into rest. A Stoic night is a happy night because it is a disciplined night. It is a night free from overreaction, from wasted energy, from misplaced frustration. It is a night where emotions have already been handled, where the mind has already done its work, where sleep is no longer an escape, but a continuation of peace. The person who lives this way does not see rest as something that must be forced. It happens because there is nothing left disturbing it. They do not rely on distractions, on exhaustion, on temporary fixes. They simply close their eyes, free from worry, free from regret, free from anything that doesn't belong. And in that freedom, they find the kind of rest that others spend their lives searching for. A disciplined mind creates peaceful nights. When emotions are regulated, when unnecessary worries are stripped away, when perspective is aligned with reason, sleep is no longer a struggle. It happens effortlessly because there is nothing left to disturb it. But discipline is not built in a single act. It must be reinforced, repeated, deeply ingrained so that it becomes second nature. The Stoics understood that the mind is shaped by what it consumes, that the thoughts it is exposed to become the foundation of its habits. A mind left unchecked will repeat the same patterns, the same fears, the same impulses. But a mind that is consciously trained, that is repeatedly exposed to wisdom, that is fed clarity instead of confusion, begins to change. And one of the most powerful ways to do this is through the deliberate reprogramming of inner dialogue. Most people believe their thoughts are their own, but thoughts are largely shaped by influence, by what is read, heard, and repeated over time. If the mind is constantly exposed to negativity, to complaint, to fear-driven thinking, that becomes its default state. If it is immersed in wisdom, in strength, in clarity, those qualities begin to take root. The Stoics did not allow their minds to be passively shaped by the world. They actively curated their thoughts, repeating maxims, reflecting on quotes, reinforcing ideas that aligned with reason. They understood that repetition was the key to transformation, that the more the mind was exposed to truth, the more naturally it would align with it. Marcus Aurelius did not write his meditations for others. He wrote them as reminders to himself, as a way to train his own thinking, as a way to condition his mind to return to wisdom again and again. He knew that clarity was not a one-time achievement. It had to be maintained, reinforced, strengthened daily. This is why he wrote the same lessons repeatedly, not because he had forgotten them, but because he understood that the mind, if left alone, drifts. It reverts to its old habits. It falls into familiar loops of reaction. Only through conscious effort does it remain on the path of reason. Listening to Stoic teachings at night is a way to shape the subconscious, to ensure that the last thoughts before sleep are not filled with worry, but with wisdom. The subconscious mind is highly receptive in the moments before rest. It absorbs what it is given without resistance. If it is given anxiety, it will store anxiety. If it is given discipline, it will reinforce discipline. This is why exposure to Stoic maxims before bed can be so powerful. The thoughts repeated in those final moments settle deep, shaping the way the mind responds to challenges the next day. Seneca believed that philosophy was not something to be studied once and left behind. It was something to be revisited daily, something to be lived. He would return to the same principles, reflect on them, write about them, speak them aloud, ensuring that they were always present in his mind. He understood that the lessons of Stoicism were not just intellectual exercises. They were tools for shaping perception, for rewiring the way the mind interacted with the world. A mind exposed to Stoic wisdom before sleep begins to internalize it. Instead of waking up reactive, it wakes up steady. Instead of defaulting to frustration, it defaults to patience. Instead of fearing uncertainty, it meets life with composure. The words repeated at night become the thoughts that surface in moments of difficulty. The person who listens to Stoic teachings regularly finds that over time, their internal dialogue begins to shift. They do not have to force themselves to think rationally. It happens naturally because the foundation has already been laid. This is why repetition matters. The first time a Stoic principle is heard, it may feel like an interesting idea. The 10th time, it begins to take hold. The 100th time, it becomes part of one's identity. Marcus Aurelius returned to the same thoughts over and over again because he knew that transformation did not happen in an instant. It happened through constant reinforcement. The more the mind is immersed in wisdom, the more effortlessly wisdom becomes its default mode of operation. Listening to Stoic maxims at night is also a way of filtering out noise. The modern world is filled with distractions, with messages that fuel fear, insecurity, and dissatisfaction. Most people are unaware of how deeply these influences shape their thinking. They absorb negativity without realizing it, and then wonder why their minds feel heavy, why peace feels distant, why sleep is restless. The Stoic is not passive about what enters their mind. They choose their influences deliberately. They expose themselves to thoughts that serve them, to words that strengthen them, to ideas that align with reason. Seneca advised that a person should select a few key teachings and revisit them constantly, keeping them at the forefront of their mind. Instead of trying to remember every lesson, they should focus on the ones that resonate most deeply, repeating them until they become instinct. This practice ensures that when challenges arise, the right thoughts are already in place. They do not need to be searched for. They are already present. The subconscious is shaped by repetition. The thoughts it hears most often become its reality. If it is filled with doubt, doubt will dominate. If it is filled with strength, strength will become the natural response. This is why exposure to Stoic teachings before bed is so effective. It does not just provide momentary clarity, it reshapes perception over time. The right words at the right time can change the course of thought. A single phrase can stop an anxious spiral. A simple reminder can reframe an entire situation. The person who fills their mind with Stoic wisdom does not need to rely on motivation or external reassurance. They have already built a strong foundation. They have already conditioned their mind to respond with reason. They do not wake up hoping for a good day. They wake up prepared to meet whatever comes with steadiness. A practical way to integrate this practice is to create a nightly playlist of Stoic teachings, recordings of key passages, or even self-recorded affirmations of Stoic maxims. Playing these while falling asleep allows the mind to absorb them effortlessly. The thoughts that enter the subconscious during this time will influence how the mind operates the next day. Another method is to read a single Stoic quote aloud before sleep, reflecting on its meaning, allowing it to settle. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that external events do not dictate peace, only the mind does. This is why training the mind is essential. The world will not change to accommodate inner peace. It is up to each person to build it from within. This does not happen by chance. It happens by choice, by what is read, what is listened to, what is repeated. The mind that is filled with the right thoughts does not need to struggle for calm. It simply exists in it. This practice does not require effort. It does not demand analysis or active engagement. It is simply about exposure. The subconscious will do the rest. The more often it hears a truth, the more easily it will recall it. The more deeply it is reinforced, the more natural it becomes. Over time, the person who consistently listens to Stoic teachings at night will find that their thoughts have changed without force. They have become clearer, calmer, more rational. They do not have to fight their own mind. It is already aligned with the principles they have absorbed. True transformation is not about sudden change. It is about consistent conditioning. The mind is always being shaped, whether consciously or unconsciously. The Stoic chooses to shape it deliberately. They do not leave their inner dialogue to chance. They cultivate it. They refine it. They ensure that the words they absorb at night will serve them in the day. And by doing so, they create a mind that is unshaken, a mind that does not need to be calm because it is never disturbed, a mind that does not need to search for peace because it has already been built. Peace is not found in chasing happiness. It is built in the quiet moments, in the choices made before sleep, in the thoughts allowed to settle in the mind. Every night is an opportunity to let go of what doesn't serve, to strengthen what does, to reset the mind for a new day of clarity and resilience. The Stoics knew that sleep is more than rest. It is training. It is the time when the mind either reinforces weakness or cultivates strength. What you feed it in these hours determines how you rise. You have now absorbed the wisdom of the greatest minds in history, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus. You have learned the power of nightly reflection, of controlled breath, of emotional discipline, of detachment from what cannot be controlled. You have trained yourself to release fear, to accept discomfort, to replace restless overthinking with reasoned calm. You have conditioned your mind to face life with steadiness, to meet each morning not with hesitation, but with quiet confidence. This is what it means to live by Stoic principles. This is what it means to wake up strong. Happiness is not something you wait for. It is something you create, not by changing the world, but by changing how you move through it. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let the words of the Stoics stay with you. Let them guide your thoughts, shape your mindset, remind you that nothing outside of you has power over your peace. You have everything you need to be unshaken. Now, share your journey. What was the most powerful lesson from these 4 hours? Which Stoic principle resonated with you the most? Leave a comment below. I want to know how these teachings are shaping your nights and your mornings. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to the channel. More wisdom awaits, more tools to strengthen your mind, more lessons to sharpen your perspective. Join this journey of growth, of resilience, of true happiness. Because a life lived with wisdom is a life well lived. See you in the next lesson.